Welcome to the City of Opa-locka Budget Workshop, July 19th, 2023. The time is now 6:07. Dr. Baz, can you lead us in invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance?
Mr. Mayor,
sorry.
roll call.
She did say we needed to breathe first, right? We was rushing. Roll call, Madam Clerk, and then we're going to invocation.
Commissioner Bass.
Here.
Vice Mayor Irvin.
Here.
Commissioner Kelly. Mayor Taylor.
Here.
Father, we just thank you for this day. We thank you, Lord God, for our family. We thank you for our friends. We thank you, Lord God, for love. We thank you for peace. We thank you for wisdom. We thank you for knowledge, God. We ask you, Lord God, that you will give us complete revelation, oh God, that we'll be able to go through this budget, oh God, and understand exactly what we're working with. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. I pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we're going into our public comments, and we ask that you, during public comments, that you stay germane to the budget. Public comments is open. Hearing none, seeing none, public comments I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, do we have any online participants?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, public comments is closed. So we'll turn it over into the hands of our manager's office to do the presentation of our proposed FY 2024 budget. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're very, very excited to present this proposed fiscal year 2024 budget for the great city of Opa-locka. Staff, all departments have put a lot of hard work into these projections, as well as finance department and budget on the numbers. Also like to recognize that we have two required by statute budget meetings. This is the first of those two. We want to have the department heads present to you all so that they can have discussions and answer questions regarding the numbers, and also to get that experience of doing the presentation before the dais regarding the operations of the departments. For the second meeting, we'll intend with my office taking the helm of your recommendations to move a lot faster through that. A couple items to note. We do have a new department head, Miss Marilyn, who will be presenting for for building and license and permitting department. So I would request that our dais go easy. And without further ado, I will present our department head for budget and risk management, Mr. Robert Anathan.
Good evening, Bob Anathan, Budget Administrator. Commission, good evening. I apologize for this amount of paper I left on your desk. As a tree hugger, it pained me greatly, but I wanted you to be able to follow along in the presentation. We have a lot to cover tonight, and I'm going to try and do it as quickly as possible. Going to focus on streamlining two things that may be a little different than last year. This is going to focus on FY24 only. For FY23, there should be a quarterly report coming in the next several weeks. At that time, FY23 performance will be addressed. So tonight is strictly for FY24. The other thing I've done, the presentation is a little bit different from the budget book, because what the presentation does is take a lot of the smaller accounts, which really don't add to any insight, such as postage, laundry, office supplies, and so forth, and rolls those up into a single line at the bottom of many divisions you're going to look at tonight. So try to focus on what I'm trying to do is focus on the high item, the large items, and really indicate what's going on. And the lesser items will just be aggregated into single numbers. Going forward, I think we can get started. Agenda, please. There we go. Really, it's going to be in three phases, and then discussion as appropriate at the end of it. Budget objectives are really going to.
Mr. Anathan, what you're showing on the screen, because we can't see it. That's this packet here.
It's in. I'm sorry,
Okay.
It's in the package. I did give you the package so you could take notes and so forth. I figured it certainly tries to summarize what's in the budget book, so you can look at the important things and not get bogged down in the weeds and a lot of the smaller things,
All right, thank you, sir. You can proceed.
which is why I apologize for the bunch of paper I left on your desk. Okay, very quickly, the agenda really is let's say three sections for the moment. The budget objectives, why we're doing what we're going to do. As each department head gets up, the first thing he or she will talk about is what they want to do next year. And then they'll get into the financial details for that particular department. That's the third item on the list, division reviews. The second item I'm going to address personally, that is the fund overview. We're going to look at each of the funds very quickly to give you some idea as to the financial viability of that particular fund. I'm going to try and make it very quick. If there are any questions at any point, it's up to the will of the commission how you want to address it. As I said, I would suggest that we're going to cover a lot of detail. It may be appropriate, if it's not clear at the point, ask questions, because we're going to cover an awful lot. And if you don't ask at a time, it may get lost in terms of everything else. But I'll leave it up to the commission as to whether they want me to go, we and the departments to go straight through or break for questions as they arise. So I'll just keep going, and if there are questions, please let me know. Okay, next slide, please. Just a reminder what the timeline is about. Starts tonight, July 19th, with the initial workshop. Follow up, as the manager said, on the 24th, which will be Monday. Purpose of that really is to any guidance that comes out tonight, we'll report back in terms of what the impact is going to be and any additional questions that did not get answered fully tonight. July 26th, you will have as part of the commission meeting, there will be a resolution to approve a preliminary budget, which is going to get forward to the state, and B, to set a millage rate that's going to go on the trim notice. Now, just as a reminder for those who are somewhat new to this, the millage rate that you put on the trim notice is effectively a maximum. You can put whatever you want on the millage rate, on the trim notice, bring it back down at the September budget hearings if you so choose. But you certainly won't go up for the number. My point is the number that you select on the 27th doesn't necessarily have to be a final number. With that,
Mr. Anderson?
Yes, sir.
So let me interject there to share with the commission our plan for the millage
Mr.
rate.
Manager, 1 second. Commissioner Kelly?
Yeah, did you just say you can't change it? You can't go.
No, sir. I said
You can increase, but you can decrease.
you can go up
No,
very expensively. So if de facto, you really can't change it going up. You certainly can go down if you so choose.
You can go up or down, is what you're saying?
You can go up if you're willing to send out first-class postage to every property owner, which is not a recommended way to do business.
So what we submit or vote on and turn into the county, whatever, you're saying after we do that, we can still change it?
In the hearings, you're going to have 2 budget hearings in September. You reserve the right, if it's the will of the commission, for whatever reason, that you can lower it. But whatever the millage rate that you agree upon on the next week on the 27th does not lock you into that number.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr.
Yes,
Mayor.
sir.
Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just wanted to share with the commission the plan for the millage rate. Our goal is to gather our reserves so that we can expeditiously and judiciously lower the millage rate at the opportune time. Originally last year, Mr. Anathan and I had looked at a step down process year over year. However, the city is by resolution currently pursuing an annexation plan, and the county's expectation is a dramatic drop in your millage rate if your annexation is approved. So it is the recommendation of administration that we withhold dropping any millage rate for now, so that we'll be able to do at least a 2% drop should annexation pass. Thank you.
Commissioner Bass?
Thank you to Mr. Manager. And if it doesn't, Then what's the next step?
The next step will be to move forward with the annexation package and then look at our financial resources, which are becoming more and more robust. We've pulling down much more grants. We are cutting expenses dramatically and lowering our cost. So we should be able to do at least a 2%, a 2-point drop in the millage rate. So we're shooting for at least a 7.5.
So you're saying that either way, we will be able to decrease the millage rate?
So yes, we will. That's the goal.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Donovan?
Okay, to continue, on the timeline, after the July 27th commission meeting, and you have tentatively approved or preliminary approved the budget, it gets sent to the state for review, and they're either approval or comments. They have till the end of August to send it back. You will have 2 hearings in September, 2nd week and 4th week, Wednesdays, normal commission meetings. If you accept the budget as it comes back from the state, which basically is what you submitted to them, then there'll be no further action other than the fact you will adopt it. If for whatever reason you want to make changes to the budget after the state has approved it, then it goes back up to state again for another review on their part. And that's the timeline we're working under. Next slide, please. Okay, unfortunately, a little small, and I like this is really a statement of the overview of the city, and I'll share some thoughts with you. Financially, with the exception of one fund, the city is in good to really good situation at this point. General fund, as the manager inferred a moment ago, is very strong. I'll get into the reasons for that. A water sewer fund, as we have discussed many times already, is got some very serious problems. The stormwater fund is in good shape, and we'll go through each of these in a little more detail. You'll see tonight a minor increase in the staffing that we're going to propose, and each of the department heads will talk to why they see a need for it. One thing that I would like to bring your attention, I've shared this with you before, but I'll say it again. The transfers in and the transfers out are not real money. That's why they're in a different color. They're green rather than blue. All that is moving funds from one fund to another. For example, if a general fund was going to fund a project through the Safe Neighborhood CIP, you would see that as a transfer out of the general fund, transfer into the Safe Neighborhood CIP. Long story short, transfers in, transfers out are means of moving funds from one fund to another. It is not money that is either coming into the city or leaving the city. So the true expenditures for this budget, as you can see by the highlighted field, is $70.9 million. Okay, let's move on to the next slide, please. Just this is a reminder. In some ways, I apologize doing this, but it's just you're going to hear terms tonight about this fund and that fund, and it's not terms that you use every day. So I just want to share with you what they're about. A fund, by definition, is a grouping of revenues and expenditures that relate to each other. For example, your water sewer fund, your revenue is primarily the fees they get from providing services. The expenditures are the cost of providing that services. So when you look at the way we're organized financially, you see that there are 4 clusters of funds. The upper left-hand corner is your operating funds, your general funds, water, sewer, and stormwater funds. These are your primary funds for generating revenue. They are also become the basis of funding other funds. You can see in aggregate, it's 40 million plus over the 3. Moving in a counterclockwise in the lower left-hand corner, you've got your capital improvement funds where you do all of your capital projects. These 3 capital improvement funds are funded primarily by the operating funds, also from grants and occasionally from loans. Moving to the right, lower right-hand corner, you've got some other funds that don't neatly fit into any category. You've got a debt service fund, which is set up to cover the debt services for the FY11 bonds, FY15 notes. You got a People's Transportation Plan, which is part of the count, is funded by the county through their half-cent sales tax. It's a hybrid fund. They do some capital work there, and they also do, that's where your community bus is funded out of. Town Center is this building. It was originally set up on the belief it was going to fund itself through rental income. And as it turns out, the city has now made so much use of this building that it is primarily just a cost center funded by the general fund. You've got two special police funds, which the chief will talk to you more. And the ARPA fund has got about 500,000 being expended within that fund, and another 7.5 million is going out to the various CIP funds. So that is the structure we're going to talk to tonight. And if there are any no questions to that, I'll move on very quickly. Next one, please. This is staffing by division, by department, I should say. The key numbers up at the top, you can see in the upper right-hand corner, we're talking about an increase in 6 full-time positions and 1 part-time position. These will be addressed in as each of the department heads present their budgets. Next slide, please. The only thing I'm going to, after having said we're not going to talk to it, the only point I'm going to make on this, because it impacts some of the other conversation we're about to have, you'll see the first line in there is the water, sewer, customer service, finance department. Staffing budget for this year of 5 goes to 0 next year. That's because that department is going to be consolidated within the finance department. So that's going to impact some of the things that we'll talk to in a few moments. No questions to that. Let's move on, please. I'm going to address compensation on a citywide basis, because what's true for one department is probably equally true for each of the others. You can see on the top of this slide, what we have is both the FY23 forecast and the FY24 proposed compensation. And you can see down below, there are a lot of things that contribute to that increase. When you look down below, what you see first off is we had a very high vacancy rate this year, which is embedded in the forecast for FY23. Last time I looked, on a man-year basis, 17% of the positions were open, it may be even more at this point, because that number is a couple weeks old. That's as compared to a budget for next year compensation, which assumes that every position is going to be filled. Second factor in is the minor headcount increase that we addressed a moment ago. There are some increases built into this. ASME, as per contract, is 2% as of the 1st of October. For everybody else at the moment, 2% as of the 1st of April. That will set out over time. FRS came back with a vengeance this year and really increased the rates in which they get their payments from our salary. Assuming full position, assuming all positions are fully occupied, it would be a 15.4% increase over what we're going to pay this year. Across all 4 categories that impact the city, you can see very significant increases. The last item, at the moment, we don't have the health and life plan for next year. I assume 6%. Last year, I think it came in flat, but each percentage point difference will be about $14,000 of difference. So this is really all we're going to talk about in compensation through all the departments, unless there's any discussion at this point.
Mayor,
Commissioner Kelly.
thank you. Since you did it as a total composite, can you factor in or tell me exactly how it zeroes out the adjustments that were made for the employees that were not included in the union? The legislation we passed about giving them the additional funding.
That recognizes that plus a prospective pay plan in the FY24 numbers.
Okay, I just want to know, since you got it broke down, tell me where is that in there, in that proposed 24, how much is that is going to increase by 3 million? Just that amount for those employees.
I will have to get back with that. That's very detailed work. We'll get back for the workshop on Monday.
Okay, and let me, okay, that's fine. You get on Monday. Thank you.
Sir. If no other questions, we'll move on.
Just one quick question.
Please.
What is the total amount of employees that we have now and the total amount we're anticipating for 24?
I believe that's at the top of that page. It's with 176 positions right now, going to 182, again, full-time positions. And I think 32 part-time positions going to 33 part-time positions.
Say that again,
Full-time, 176 positions budgeted,
for 23.
yeah, yes,
Okay.
ma'am, for 23,
Mhm.
going up by 6 to 182 for FY 24. Part-time, 32 positions right now, going to 33 for next year.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so now we're going to start to get into the first of the three operating funds, which is in the upper left-hand corner of that fund page I gave you. The key things that I want you to be aware of on this page is down in the lower left-hand corner, opening fund balance. Let me introduce one caveat at this point. Normally for a budget of this time, we would have audited numbers all the way through the end of FY 22. At this point, we're working on draft audit numbers for FY 21 and unaudited numbers for 22. This means that some of my assumptions about my starting point going into FY 23 may not be quite right, but I truly believe they're in the right neighborhood. So the attention I would ask you to focus on this particular page would be at the bottom in terms of fund balance. Again, fund balance is the reserves that are available to a fund for use for whatever purpose, as long as enough fund balance is maintained for, let me call rainy day purposes. As you can see in this slide, we're going into the year roughly with $17 million. A reminder, we are required under our policies, which is GFOA, which is basically to keep 2 months of operating expense in the event we have some sort of major catastrophe. That number is around 4 million. So you can see with 17 million versus 4 million, we're $13 million above what we are required by our policy. So it says we have a lot of flexibility in terms of what we want to do. Fund balance is normally used for one-time things, most particularly CIP. And as you're going to see for general fund and in the other funds, we do recommend extensive use of fund balance. So that's the 2 points I'll leave you with on this page. There's some revenue stuff and expenditure stuff on this page, but there's more details. So unless there are any questions, going to move on to the next slide. Okay, revenue, you can see there are three things that have been highlighted that need to be brought to your attention. The first one is in the upper right-hand corner, and that's property tax. Property tax, as the manager alluded to, and as I will give you more details on, is in very good shape, and I'll share that with you in a moment. The second highlight item is in fines and forfeitures. That is predicated on the installation of 6 new red light cameras. We have 8 installed at the moment. We have 6 that have been in the process of being installed for probably 6 months. And it didn't happen as quickly as it should. Right now, the red light camera fund or revenue is coming in about $2 million this year based on the 8 units that are in place. Where the cameras are being installed is a less traffic prone area, but we still anticipate significant additional red light revenue from that. The third item that I've highlighted there is
Commissioner Kelly?
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Regarding the red light camera that you're
Yes, sir.
referencing, you said how many additional cameras are you anticipating?
I believe the number is 6 in
6
addition to the 8 we have right now.
into today. And you anticipate the increase in the revenue 1.3, but whatever, based on.
No, sir, that's down on the fines and forfeiture line, fourth line down,
Fines and force, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. You anticipate that,
800,000.
let me ask you a question, and maybe if you don't know, the manager's office. Right now, the red light cameras, the folks who look at them are police officers. Correct?
I believe that's a true statement, you sir.
Okay.
Absolutely. I need to interject there. It's not actually police officers. We actually have staff in the police department. We're going to be increasing the civilian staff in the police department to look at those red light cameras.
So the police officers are not doing this?
We have police service agents that actually do this. So correct, the police officers are not doing this. These are personnel in the police department that are not actually sworn officers.
Okay, so they're not sworn officers, so they're not police officers.
That's
Because
correct.
before I was told that police officers were doing this. So I just want to be clear. So they're non-police, they're non-folks that'll be on the streets. Thank you.
Yes,
Go ahead,
sir.
Mr. Mayor.
Historically, it has been police officers. That's. been
I
changed.
know.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And the third item that I, excuse me, that I'd like to bring to your attention is the line for loan. It says $1.4 million. We see certain capital needs. We're proposing a loan of additional $1.4 million. So that pretty well explains that page at a high level.
That's the revolving state
No, sir, this would be a outside bank loan.
outside. Okay.
Now, the state revolving fund mostly is for utility enterprise fund stuff.
Okay.
Okay. So unless there's any question, these are really the driving factors on what we see as general fund revenue. Now I'm going to expand a little bit on the property tax. Next slide, please. There we go. It says a lot, but basically what it says is property tax is coming in very strongly, and I'm going to show you some numbers on the next page. You can see down below the fourth line out there is we are recommending, as the manager just said a moment ago, the maintenance of the 9.3500 mils for FY24. Next page, please. This is a little bit busy, but I think it's a very interesting one. I think you'll take great pride in a lot of what you're looking at right here. Just as a reminder, our property tax base, it has three components to it. Real property, what's called personal property, which is really machinery and equipment for various businesses such as Amazon. And then you have what's called central, which is really the railroad. And that's, as you can see, a very minuscule number. Don't go any further at this point down to the CRA because I'll get to that in a moment. So what you see, I'll ask you to go back up to the first line, and you can see I've put FY22, the increase in, well, I'm sorry, let me digress very quickly. The property appraiser breaks our property tax basis for real property into two lines. One, property that's already been there for a year, and that's just called before additions. And then they have a separate one just so you understand the amount of new construction, new additions to the property tax base in the current year. I can take you back up to the top line. What you can see is there's been very dramatic growth from FY22 to FY23, and then even more so from FY23 to FY24, such to the fact that if you look in the upper right-hand corner, you can see a growth rate of FY24 already installed or already in place property, a growth of 16.4%. That is it says it's a real, it talks to the real strength of what's going on in Opa-locka. Two, a reminder that under state property tax laws, taxable value can only go up 10% unless the property is sold. For that to be 16% says an awful lot of property is changing hands at this point. So I'll leave you with that thought for the top line. It says tremendous growth in the established property tax base. Even more dramatic is the second line, which talks about the new additions each year. In FY22, you can see it was all of $800,000. This year, it's in excess of $36 million. That is a function of the property that has come online in the last year or two, and for all practical purposes, as we know, will continue to, as we believe, will continue to do so. So what you can see, the combination of those two for your real property, it has gone up by 16.9%, which is very encouraging in terms of your property tax base.
Mr. Mayor? Oh, I'm sorry. Was that the commissioner?
Thank you. The 36.6 that you're projecting for 24, you said that's new construction that will be online by next year's fiscal
No,
budget?
sir, that's online right now.
So
It had to
36
be,
point-
it had to
Go
be in
ahead.
place by January 1st to be reflected in our tax base.
So that's already on, because you said new construction, but it's
Yeah.
already listed.
Yes, sir. Well, it was new construction that was finalized. They got their COs by December 31st last.
Okay, so it's actually already existing.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the other question, going back to the Value Adjustment Board, reducing personal property tax
Yes.
by 37. Do we know, what we talked to them as to what occurred and
If
where
you,
those properties were located that got reduced like that?
if you look at the growth between FY 22 and FY 23, you can see it went up by 78.3, which was all Amazon. And I think they just unraveled part of it.
Mr. Mayor,
One second, Mr. Manager.
I need to answer the Commissioner Kelly's question.
Go ahead, Mr. Manager.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Commissioner Kelly. We actually do know what happened there. The representatives of Amazon actually went down to the county to dispute the increase in their property values and were able to be convincingly enough to have that valuation lowered.
Okay,
Thank you.
so the whole 30.7.8 is all Amazon?
I would say 99% of it is. Yes, sir.
99% of it is.
I can't tell you it's 100%, but it's all,
Oh, okay, but most of the 37 is Amazon.
yes, sir.
And did we make any statement on that? Did we go down and present our side, or I know they have a final say so?
No, sir. We get notification every week that people are going up in front of the Value Adjustment Board. When Amazon was first there, I actually went down and turned out I was not allowed to be there because it was supposed to be remote. And I was allowed to sit in the room and they didn't have the hearing. Amazon didn't show up at that time. So they subsequently did show up, but I wasn't aware when.
No, my question was, were we there when it was presented to the adjustment board to make our appeal for it? I know that, businesses go before them all the time to get their values, their thing lower because they want to pay lower taxes. But because this is such a large amount, did we, or was the commission even notified at that moment that you know of when this occurred? Because that's quite a bit,
Yes, sir. I agree.
of money.
I was aware the first time they were supposed to be there. As I said, I was actually there. I was not aware the second time that they scheduled again.
Okay. Yeah, that's quite a bit of money.
Yes, sir.
That we're losing because of Amazon. We need people to know that, while we got all that traffic over there on the avenue, we're actually losing money to our property tax base. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, sir.
All right.
So that pretty well covers what I was going to cover, except I've also included a little information at the bottom about the impact of the CRA.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I also wanted to supplement what Mr. Anathan was saying regarding the real property taxes. We do anticipate continued robust growth because of all of the development that we are pushing through our community development right now. We have approximately $300 million in projects, which we anticipate to continue to see double-digit growth in the increase of our property values for the next 5 years.
But if it's not online by December 31st, it won't be added into the next year, right?
That's correct. But Mr. Anathan was giving you a discussion about projections. So I wanted you to have that information and you're evaluating what the impact of these numbers will be.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Anathan.
Yes, sir. Very quickly, just for the last line is for your information. The way the CRA works is when it was established in 2012, they established a tax base of $123 million. They get all the growth each year over that baseline. So what you see is when you look at what's going into the basis for the TIF contribution that the city will make to the CRA, it actually is growing much more quickly because that's only the difference above a baseline. So whereas we looked at gross tax base growing by 10.9%, by the time the CRA adjustment's done, we get down to 8.9%. So 8.9 is good. It's in fact great given everything. And it's certainly being driven by the top line real property. If there are no further questions on this one, I will move on. We've covered general fund revenue. I just want to give you some idea of what's going on in the general fund expenditure at the fund level. Each of the department heads will talk about as it impacts each of their own departments. Compensation, as I said, I've addressed through the talking about citywide impact. Operating expense, I will talk to you more on the next page. Other uses, you can see a major growth in category called other uses. Just to remind you, we have a lawsuit outstanding, which at the moment the status at the moment is that we're going to owe $3 million. That still has a long way to go, but we brought that $3 million into the other use category. So that's where one of your primary growth areas are in this within the general fund. Second line item is I've highlighted contingency. We still have $1 million budgeted for the general fund for this year. My expectation at this point, we won't need any more than $250,000 of it, if that. So what you see is a forecast of $250,000 for this year versus a full year contingency for next year of $1,250,000 or a growth of $1 million. So once you get from there, going down to the transfer out is a lot of things, but first and foremost, it's the general fund funding of the Safe Neighborhood CIP, and you can see the growth of that line. So those are the primary drivers in terms of how we compare to FY23. If there are no questions, I'll move on.
Mr. Mayor. Is that broken down in further pages, the transfer out of the CIP?
It's in
What that's going to be since it's increasing by $2.5 million? What that's
I'm sorry, for detail on your CIP?
Right.
Yes, sir. CIP manager will take you through each and every project, or at least make you aware of each and every project.
Okay, and who's going to take us or explain the capital and the decrease of expenditures? What does that do to?
That is departmental capital, and if you want the details, it's spread over each divisions. We'll prepare that detail for you next Monday.
Thank you.
You'll see it in each of the division presentations, but we'll get it summarized so you can see it, how it all ends up to a single number.
Thank you. Mhm.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Without further questions on the general fund, we'll move on to the next of the three operating funds that we talked about before. The water sewer operating fund overview. And what I'll ask you to focus on again is the lower left-hand corner. Whereas the general fund had a positive fund balance in the range of 17 million, it looks like the water sewer fund has a negative fund balance of close to $1.9 million, and that's our problem. And you can see by the time you get to the closing fund balance on FY24, it doesn't get any better. And we'll take you through all the reasons for that. Expenditures and revenue will cover on the next 2 pages. Next page is the funding revenue. You can see the fees are up by $600 and some thousand. That is predicated on an assumption of a rate increase of 10% as of 1 April. And the second thing that adds to additional revenue is the belief that, as the manager said before, there's a lot of property coming online. There are impact fees associated with it. And we've estimated $500,000 for next year, or a $233,000 increase over what the forecast is for this year. So those are the primary drivers on the funding for your water sewer fund.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Kelly?
Thank you. On the water and sewer fees, you said that's an assumption based on a fee increase?
Yes, sir. The rates have been pegged at FY16 levels now for.
No, I understand that,
Yes,
but
sir.
the rate study that the commissioner authored has not been presented to us as of yet, because I don't know what the manager's position is to go back out or bring that forward. So the assumption that you're making is based on what percentage of it increasing?
As a 10% effective as of April 1st.
Of next year?
Yes, sir. I don't believe the RFPs come back in terms of consultants who wanted to undertake the rate study.
Mr. Mayor,
I don't believe the RFP has come back yet in terms of consultants who want to.
that's not correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Manager.
Yes, let me just provide the updated information that hasn't obviously gotten to budget yet. The RFP did go out and it has been closed. We did have the evaluation committee has met. We only had one proposal. So the evaluation committee is reviewing that proposal now to see if this is something that we can bring before the commission to move forward. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Kelly.
and that's why I asked the question, because if only one came back and you're taking a high end of 10%.
That's what
I mean, because we don't know exactly what it's going to be, but you have an assumption, you said as of April 1, next fiscal year, that it will be in, you got 10% calculated. And that's what I want to know, but you're saying basically it's an assumption.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, assumption speaks for itself as an assumption. The same thing on impact fees. I heard there's a lot of construction coming on, which we know in the pipeline. So you make another assumption that the impact fees are going to grow $233,000.
Yes, sir.
Again, that's
Assumption.
And okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Anderson.
Continue. Okay. If no further questions, we'll move on to the expenditure side. And here you can see what's going on. We have got as you know, we pay the county to buy water and we pay the county to process wastewater. They have given us rates and adjustment costs for next year, which is going to add $1 million to our cost structure, which is a problem. Not only that, they have said that the water rates they've given us, even though it's a 9% increase, really does not cover what they want to need to cover. And therefore, the expectation is the FY25 rates are going to be even or a continuation of this type of growth. So it's a problem for the fund. And that's why we have to look at a rate study. The second item on this, as you can see, is there is an issue out in terms of the billing case. We will owe eventually $1 million, and we would reflect that there in other uses.
Repeat that. You said we.
No, we lost the billing. There was a legal case having to do with the way the city did their billing. And part of the settlement was that we were going to pay $1 million in cash and give $2 million in accounts receivable credits. And originally we were supposed to pay the $1 million last September, October. One of the participants in the case raised an objection and it's been on hold ever since.
Okay.
Okay. The other thing that has made it so challenging for the water sewer fund, I've highlighted the debt service. It still takes a significant portion of the revenue. The good news, at least, is in FY25 through FY27, it'll go down to 1.1 million. So there'll be some relief, but still does not get away from the requirement to have to do something about the rates. The only other thing I'll bring to your attention here is that given the water sewer operating fund is in deficit, it's in no position to fund any CIP. So you can see it's all blank down in terms of transfers out to the water sewer CIP fund. Stormwater fund, again, ask you to look first at the fund balance at the bottom of the page. Fund balance is in good shape, and we intend to recommend the use of a lot of it, and we're taking it down to about $400,000 within our recommendation for next year. A reminder that when we move the fees onto the property tax bill is taken from the water bill, it about doubled the rate. We did not have a rate increase, but it doubled the amount of revenue received. So that by your approval of putting it onto the property tax bill, it's made all this possible. If no questions, we'll move on to the revenue.
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Kelly.
the transfer out on the storm operating fund, that's 733 and the decrease. Can you tell me what caused that?
Yes, sir. Well, can you go back one page, please? What you can see is you're pulling down your fund balance by doing what you're doing. In the second year, because you're using fund balance in 23, There's less to use in 24, and therefore that's why we have to go with a lower number. Thank you. Okay, next page, please. Expenditures. So basically, you can see, basically, I'd ask you to bring your attention to the transfer out, which I believe is, again, the question Commissioner Kelly answered. And the reason for it is, as we start to use up fund balance, it gives us less flexibility to keep on funding the stormwater CIP. This fund may be a good candidate going forward to possibly apply to the state revolving fund for additional borrowing and use the surplus from here to fund the debt service.
With the, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, you said possibly with the state revolving loan?
Yes, sir.
To add
Again,
to-
there's
to
no,
the- to
there's
add
no
to the-
plans to do it immediately. That's something we're looking for in the future. It's not in the FY24 budget.
It's just,
It's not in the budget.
No, sir.
okay,
No, it's just a candidate.
That's why I'm asking that
Yeah,
question.
no, it's not there at this point.
Okay.
That completes the operating funds that we looked at in the upper left-hand corner of the fund chart. If we can move on to the next slide, which is just an announcement slide, and move on beyond that. CIP. What I'm showing here is just the sources of revenue for the safe neighborhood. It's really for information. Projects are going to be identified in detail by the CIP manager. So this is really just an informational page to give you some idea of where the funding comes from. If no questions, let's move on to the next page, please. Same information to be shared here in terms of the water sewer fund. You see where the funding comes from. Again, no funding from the water sewer operating fund because it just has no liquidity, no pun intended. Unless there's any questions here. Again, the projects will be discussed by the CIP manager. Next slide, please. This is a third of the CIP funds that we looked at. And again, the same story. This is where the funding is coming from at this point. If no questions, we'll move on. We're now, if you remember back to the fund page where I outlined it, we're in the lower right-hand corner. We're going to go through three of these pretty quickly. The funding on this page, it comes from the county half-cent sales tax for transportation and transportation and I forget what, anyhow, it's for roads and forms of mobile transportation. Also, what we're talking about is a grant, Florida Department of Transportation grant, which will fund, the intent is to operate the south or second bus route, and that grant will support that. You can see your expenditures, your operating expense, 700,000 is basically for 2 bus routes, and the capital is for projects that the CIP manager will talk to you about. Next page, please.
Is that, Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
is that going to be inclusive of the trolleys? Or is that still using these?
It's going out for bid. I don't believe trolleys is a specific requirement at this point.
I didn't say it was a requirement. One of the things that I asked when I first got back in office was about trolleys, and I was told that we were going to be looking at trolleys in the next budget cycle. So these two, the funding you have here is just for the routes, nothing for the bus itself.
No, sir. It's just 2 routes, correct,
All right, thank you.
sir. ARPA, just to give you a quick view of it, function of ARPA primarily is to hold money to fund the other division, the CIP funds. It does some work in this fund, which I'll show you in the next page. You can see what's happening here is we anticipate spending possibly 300-some-thousand on our ARPA consultants. I think we're seriously going to underspend that number, so that probably won't happen. You can see that one of the things with FY23 was a commercial grant program that's been moved out. It's now become a transfer out to the general fund. You can see that down below as the highlighted number. That's being put under the auspices of the community development director. So same program, just it's going to be recorded in a different place. Down in the transfer out, you can also see the funding going to the 3 different CIP funds this coming year. If no questions, we'll move on. Debt service fund is really not an action fund. There are revenues coming in, pledged revenues against the FY11 bond and the FY15 note. They go directly to the bank. Bank takes the debt service payments out. And as you can see on the bottom line, this funding goes to the general fund, the surplus pledge fund. And again, the only reason I'm showing this is just for completeness. There's really no decisions to be made on this fund. Law Enforcement Training Fund. This fund is it's a new fund. When I say new, it's been recently identified. It had been buried in a special law enforcement fund previously, not used much this year. The chief will talk to you about the ways in which will be used next year for the $50,000. Next fund, please. This is special law enforcement fund. We have found out that there was more funds in there than we had originally believed. You can see in the lower left, the fund balance is quite healthy. Again, the chief will address his intention how to use the funds both in 23 and 24. No questions, we'll move on. Town Center Fund, as I mentioned at the outset, was originally set up to believe that the town center, the rental revenue was going to be sufficient to fund that. It really has become a cost center funded primarily by the general fund, as you can see here. There will be a brief discussion at the end of the presentation on the town center in terms of the expense structure. Next, please. We're now in the upper right-hand corner of the fund page we looked at it at the outset. The first of the two, and again, a reminder, there is no external revenue coming into an internal service fund. These are funded primarily by the general fund, water sewer fund, and stormwater fund. So it's all transferred in on the top line. You can see growth down in your operating expense. That primarily is a reflection of the what's called the Enterprise Resource Planning System, or the ERP system, that's envisioned to be installed next year. The IT director, acting IT director, will address that as part of the department review. Next slide, please. Risk management is a good story and a bad story. The good story is that well, let me show you where the movement is. You can see there's tremendous growth in property and tremendous reduction in workers' compensation. Good news is that the Florida Municipal Insurance Trust has recognized that we have developed a very, in comparison to our history, have developed a good profile in terms of workers' comp, and they've given us a 30% reduction in that rate. That would be good news if it were by itself, but what has happened is that the property reinsurance market, or providers of property reinsurance, have departed from Florida. That means that the Florida Municipal Insurance Trust has no way to offset the risk that they undertake in terms of property insurance. What they're doing, not just to Opa-locka, but to every municipality they insure that's in proximity to the coastline, they've given a heads up to plan for at least a 200% increase over what they experienced in FY23. So that's what you're looking at there. So, as I said, a good news story, a bad news story. Unless there's any questions, I will complete the discussion on the risk management internal service fund. So that gets us back. This completes the overview of the various funds. We've worked from the top left down counterclockwise, ended up in the upper right-hand corner. Are there any questions that weren't asked that might be addressed at this point? We will move on. As I discussed at the beginning, we will now go through each of the divisions, each of the representative department heads. I'll talk to a couple of them. Most of them will be presented by the department heads that are present tonight, and this is the sequence in which we're going to do it. So if we can, next slide, please. And the next slide after that. Okay, this is what is being proposed for the city commission budget. Most of it is what I would call housekeeping, very small items for allow things like supplies and so forth. The two major differences that present themselves, you can see travel has been dramatically increased to provide the flexibility to do travel to be it Florida, Washington, or wherever. And then the other thing is that the special events discretionary budget for the commissioners has been moved back into Parks and Recreation special events. So other than it's there, it's just housed in a different division than it was this year. So this is what we're proposing. And again, at this point, if there's any discussion about line items that the will of the commission is to change it, this would be the best time to bring it up.
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Kelly.
I'm going to reserve the opportunity at the next budget workshop probably to kind of go through some of these numbers, particularly when it relates to the travel and some of the others. I just want to put that on the record. Thank you.
Next slide, please. You overshot the runway by one. Please come back to city manager budget. Again, what you see here, you see at the top, you see an increase of 2 people. One person is going to be the PR/special events person that you have requested to be added to the city staffing. The second position is in fact on board at the moment. It is a senior financial analyst, senior budget analyst to support the budget and risk management functions. So that's to increase the, not going to address the compensation. That is a direct reflection of the headcount that you see on the top line. So beneath that, you have a series of what I call smaller housekeeping type of accounts. If there is anything that you wish to ask any questions on, this would be the time to do it. Otherwise, we will just move on to the next one. Okay, we're moving on. Non-department. This is where you start to see some of the initiatives that will make a difference next year. We're talking about operating expense, other uses, and we'll cover those in details in following pages. You can see this is the primary department within the general fund for transferring funds to other funds where they might be needed. You can see again, once again, as discussed before, I've highlighted the increased expenditure to the Safe Neighborhood CIP. We'll cover that in a lot of detail. First 2 lines of transfer are going to the internal service funds. The general fund funds the preponderance of both of those funds. The others, the town center, again, transfer is just to subsidize a portion of the town center operations not covered by rental income, and debt service fund is general fund still owes a little money to the county water sewer debt because of things that were uniquely related to the general fund, and it goes up in second year because of the $1.4 million loan that we're proposing. To take you inside other operating into your operating expenses. What you can see there is where we're starting to make a difference. And again, for professional services and other contract services, since they're rather detailed, there's going to be a follow-up page on it. Most of the other stuff you see is kind of baked in. For example, your utility funds, that's basically for, I'm sorry, not utility payments for electricity and secondarily for water. That covers most of the city with the exception of streetlights and what's required to operate the pump stations. That's basically baked in based on our expectation what FPL is going to do. Rentals and leases, primarily that is for offsite storage of records, and we're trying to remedy that situation. Other advertising is for the advertising that's done in conjunction with RFPs to go out. And then we have a general expense for $25,000 for things we haven't thought of. Within other uses, primary thing is payout for employees who leave, who have accrued leave. And then the big one is, again, as we talked about before, the $3 million related to the solid waste lawsuit that we on a preliminary basis have lost and have been told to expect to pay $3 million. That's not baked in. That's just a primary number. I think the legal process has a lot further to go before that number settles out. But anyhow, we have covered for it in this budget. Red light cameras, you can see is a blank that has been moved to the police department, and the chief of police will identify or discuss that with you. If no other questions, we'll move on. As I said, we would go into some detail in both your professional services and also your contract services, and you can see what we're talking about here. We've got PIO services, 150,000. Grant writer federal, we think we've identified a new grant writer who will be very effective with federal grants. There is something put in for him. That grant writer does not deal with non-federal grants, so we're going to go RFP to get a new grant writer, or possibly the restoration of the current grant writer for grants other than federal grants. You've got 49,000 in for your annexation work, $25,000 for various promotional activities seems to come up. And as I said before, we've taken a lot of the small accounts of $2,000, $3,000, and $4,000, rolled them together, called them miscellaneous. None of them are material to the operation of the city, and figured better use of your time just to lump them together. Down below, under contract services, we've got $10,000 in there. We're going to do mail outs to the community for whatever reason. And big project is the citywide document imaging, which I believe is going to be on your agenda for the 27th. And this is in turn, as I mentioned before, we're paying close to $35,000 for storage of records offsite right now. If this project is successful, we'll be able to fully vacate those storage areas. And again, a miscellaneous, which is a roll up a lot of smaller accounts.
Mr. Mayor?
I have,
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, you go ahead.
for contractor services, I know we did a RFP for lobbying services. That wasn't taken into consideration.
I don't remember. I'm going to need help on that one because I don't remember contract for lobbying services. Oh, I'm sorry. That would be, is that Attorney Pizzi?
No, we haven't had the RFP for the lobbying services yet.
So we haven't put it out on the street, but we didn't take that in consideration in the budget.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Madam Attorney.
Yes, Bob just mentioned that there was an attorney Pizzi. I don't know if this would be the same Pizzi who litigates against the city, and I don't know under what authority an attorney would be hired by the manager to perform legal services. We had talked about that earlier. There is no authority in the charter, in ordinances, or anywhere else. Legal services have to come through the commission, and they have to be procured. So we have not been, I don't know what this is, and I would ask that somebody inquire about that, because that would, if it is Mr. Pizzi who litigates against the city, that would clearly be a clear conflict of interest on the city's part, and it would be misguided. And I don't know who would have approved that, because it would be just not a very good decision on the city's part. Not very, that would not be a competent decision on the city's part to hire an attorney who actively litigates against the city, has many, many cases against the city, to do any work at all. So that's one issue. And then the second issue would be an issue of hiring an attorney to do work that has not gone through a process. So I just throw that out there in case anybody has any questions about it.
Mr. Mayor?
Okay, but before we address that, can we the lobbying services really quick, and then we'll come back to,
Oh,
because I didn't see it in the budget, and then we'll come back to that.
Mr. Anderson,
Sir,
is there a budget item, a line item for the lobbying
not
services?
directly. That'll be part of the comeback for the second workshop.
Okay. We'll incorporate that in the second workshop, Mr. Mayor.
All right, and then as it relates to outside legal,
Absolutely. Please allow me to address that. So just because someone has a law degree does not mean that every time they're engaged for services that they're being hired to litigate or do legal services. And that is very well known. So my office has never engaged any office, whether they have a lawyer as part of their employment staff or not. The city manager's offices engage all the time. Firms, other companies, Markham has an attorney. that does some review services. That's part of our agreement. This is very commonplace. This is not uncommon. Our service, we always delegate anything having to do with legal services or litigation to the city attorney's office. There's nothing in the charter that's barring that. Further, given that my office is the only office that has spending authority, if that does not come through the office of the city manager, I certainly do not know where it would come from.
And if I may, through the mayor, if this is Mr. Pizzi who performs active litigation against the city as an attorney, and if he is doing any services, I don't know what he would be doing with annexation, but if he is doing any services, that calls into question just the fact that it would be an attorney who actively performs litigation against the city. That would call into question just the conflict of interest, clear question. And so that's not something I'm aware of. And until I'm hearing it now, I think that would be a very bad decision, a very poor decision. And if it is and to the extent that this is an attorney who all he does, my knowledge, is perform legal services. I'm not aware of him being an expert in annexation or anything like that, nor is he known to do that in the legal community. So it would be very distressing to hear that. And I would just ask that if there are attorneys that the manager is actively engaging, that come through a process and it come before the commission for consideration, because it is not allowable under our charter and under our code of ordinances. And the manager does not have that authority, and it's specifically stated within the charter.
Mr. Mayor, so I would love to see that part of the charter that the city attorney is referring to. I've asked for that on several occasions, but this is not a situation where we have engaged Mr. Pizzi for legal services. And if, please allow me just a moment. I think it's very important, and I'm shocked that the city attorney would say that Mr. Pizzi is not known for anything besides litigation, considering in Miami-Dade County, he is the only consultant that has been successful to pass an annexation package within the last 36 months. That's 3 years. So he is the go-to person right now in Miami-Dade County for annexation plan consultation. And that is the service for which the city has engaged him.
Well, again, I'm not aware of that. And I think that because we actively litigate against Mr. Pizzi so often, I wouldn't have known that.
Mr. Manager.
But it is distressing. I'll leave it there.
Yes. Yeah, please. All right, Mr. Anderson. So as far as lobbying services, you said that would come back.
Yes, sir.
On Monday.
Part of the second workshop.
All right, please, go ahead.
Okay, last one for me is city attorney.
Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Kelly.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to see exactly, since he's doing annexation consultation, because I already had a question that I was waiting that came up, that the manager mentioned about annexation overall and putting stuff together. And so I was really waiting to hear what that really entail. So if whoever's doing whatever they're doing it under the discretion, if I understand, of the manager's purview of 25, not through the commission. Is that way of understanding that as it's being proffered in the budget?
Yes, sir. It's two pieces. It's annexation consultant and also all the ancillary expenses that might be involved in moving forward in following an annexation path.
You said annexation consultant, and what was the last part?
We talked about one of the commission meetings. There are a lot of ancillary expenses that might be incurred as you do studies and so forth to determine, if you're going to move forward in annexation, what the cost is going to be, what costs you're going to incur, what benefits you're going to incur. Those are beyond the consultant itself. This would be having to do those ancillary expenses.
Okay, I don't have a problem with consultants, because for annexation, the challenge I have is that hasn't come back for the commission to say we needed to get someone else. So we needed to, I thought the last we were doing was doing the application, et cetera, and hadn't come back since then. And so now we're at the point of budgeting for a consultant to do studies and whatever you just outlined.
Yes, sir. The consultant is less than 25,000.
So it's being done under the manager's purview.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have a challenge with that because of this item, because of this annexation to my colleagues. It's under the manager's purview, but I also want to just get a clarification because we're in charge up here and we're going to hire folks for stuff that's litigating against us. And I'm not talking about legal. To me, we at least should have been notified that's the route we're taking, just out of caution or concern. Because to me, that is, you know, and I know Mr. Peasy, nothing against him as a whatever he's doing, but that's to me is a challenge. So I will await whatever in black and white from somebody, how we came to that conclusion. But since it's under the manager's purview, it's 25,000. That's what I'm really getting at. The
Yes, sir.
49, whatever in here is really,
It's two
it's just
pieces.
25,000 purview.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Well,
so then
the-
the other
Again,
part of the,
Commissioner, if I may, the
expense.
the
One
other
second,
portion
Senator.
hasn't been spent yet.
pardon me?
The 25,000, which is all the ancillary expenses, is all FY 24. None of that's been spent. It's
Well, I'm just
proposed.
looking at the total that says 49,000. It's not broken down
Yes, sir.
at what I'm looking at. So that's all I see is 49,000.
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to get a clarity on what that entails. You mentioned studies, you mentioned to the mayor, ancillary type things,
Yes, sir.
but that's not broken down in here. That would take place. And that's the reason I'm asking the question, because I hadn't heard anything since we submitted the application and where we were in that process to take next steps. Now, Mr. Mayor, and to my colleagues, were you aware, because I know you're driving this annexation part, were you aware of it?
I was gonna ask.
That's why I'm asking.
Mr.
I know it
Mayor,
takes money. I know it takes
One second.
consultants or people to do whatever. I just hadn't heard anything about it. But from a budgetary standpoint, it's coming out of manager's 25 purview, so I'll leave it right there. Because under the way we got it set up, he has that right, so I'll leave that right there for the moment. I would be challenged at the selection, but it's on his purview, so I won't bother with that right now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Manager?
yes, there's currently nothing to report at this time. We've not had our first meeting with the county. We're still, I believe, reviewing the cost and the process is here. There is, at this stage, there's absolutely nothing to report. Administration has taken the action that we can to move an item that was passed by resolution by majority vote by the commission to move it forward. And that's where we're at.
But
Thank you.
I think what Commissioner Kelly is asking for, once the plan is developed, that it would.
Absolutely.
For the commission before before we make any moves on it.
Absolutely. The
No, I'm
resolution,
bringing it up.
the resolution
one-
requires the.
One second.
Absolutely.
Manager.
I'm responding to your question, sir.
You said absolutely, but before you go in your explanation, go ahead, Commissioner Kelly.
No, I only brought up because when Commissioner Bass asked about annexation, it was stated, studies have been done. That was the wording, I think, the answer that was given.
No, sir. I said there was a discussion that was had about all the ancillary expenses. I didn't say any studies have been done. Excuse me.
No, that came from the manager, not you.
Oh.
The manager
No,
responded
sir.
to her saying studies been done. I thought that's what I heard.
Absolutely not.
No.
No, sir.
Okay.
Okay, last slide for me for now will be the city attorneys, what we've done here. Her retainer is as before, since I have not heard anything to the contrary. You've got two lines there. One is city attorney litigation, one is city attorney retainer. As you can see, we've maintained the retainer. As the city attorney has told us in the past, she averages about 15,000 a month in terms of litigation. It's over the 3.5 years, it's been closer to 16. That's not important. So we use 16,000 plus 16,000 for 12 months plus a buffer for the line that you can see called city attorney litigation. And that is the cost structure of that budget.
Okay.
So if there's not further discussion at this point, I'm going to sit down, let the department heads start to present, and we'll do it in the sequence that was in the preamble to the division section.
And Mr. Manager, we're going to order the book, so the city clerk is up first? Okay,
Yes, sir.
Madam Clerk.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. So I'm just gonna go through a few of the FY 24 objectives for the Office of the City Clerk. And then I'll go over the overview of the budget, the proposed budget for 2024. So the objectives for FY 24 fully implement the city's public records management policy through the execution of an IFB for a vendor who can assist the city with the management of all public records. Continue providing access to the city's official records and legislative documents through as many different mediums as possible. Continue seeking new ways to utilize technology and best business practices to provide effective and efficient service to the public and the commission. Explore further expansion of services and options available to the public through the city clerk's webpage. I'll go ahead and go over the proposed budget for the city clerk's office in terms of positions in the office for FY 24. The proposed is 5. There's the amount for the total compensation, which would include all 5 positions. We have other professional services, rentals and leases, legal advertisement, and miscellaneous budgeted under the clerk's office. This is all operational services that we provide. I'm not sure if you want a breakdown of each of them, but if you have any questions with regards to the city clerk's budget, I'll be happy to answer.
Commissioner Bass?
Thank you.
Oh,
You could go ahead.
Commissioner Kelly?
I'll defer.
Commissioner
Okay.
Bass?
All right, thank you. Your budget proposal for 25 will increase your staff by 1.
So technically, the budget for the current fiscal year budget includes 5 positions, a commission aide as well. I just haven't had the opportunity to, so there's some issues that I need to first, I need office space, I need to facilitate that. And other issues that I'm currently working on. So I do anticipate I'm probably hiring someone either by the end of this fiscal year or the beginning of the next fiscal year. But as it stands now, our budget did include 5 positions.
Okay, and just to reiterate for me, that position would be what?
Commission aide.
Commission aide, okay.
So you would have an administrative assistant, which is currently being performed by Ms. Hepburn, and then you would have an aide to the commission. That would be the vacant position at this time.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Kelly.
Any other questions? Yes.
And
Commissioner
I'm
Allen.
gonna ask this for all of the departments so they can know it. Under miscellaneous, if you could provide in a general sense what that entails based on last year's budget or what you project that to be for miscellaneous, that'll be fine. And the same question is gonna be asked for all the departments.
So.
Where I see miscellaneous.
Yes, so I would need to kind of defer to Mr. Anathan. I'm not sure. I think I have an idea that this might have to do with the code, the recodification, but I'm not 100% sure. So I would defer to Mr. Anathan.
Mr. Mayor, if I may. These were the small accounts that we wrapped up. We will get all the detail for you for each department for the second workshop. We tried to avoid getting down into things like postage and so forth. We'll get you all that detail for the second workshop.
I'm sorry, Ms. Anderson. So the miscellaneous is for what exactly?
It's for all the small accounts.
Oh, okay.
We'll get that detail for the second workshop.
Thank
That's
you.
for every department?
Yes, sir. We're trying to avoid, there's an awful lot of information. We were trying to make it a little bit easier for the commission. We'll get that information.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Any other questions for the Madam Clerk? All right, hearing none. Next is Human Resources.
Good afternoon. The Human Resources manages and provides strategic recruitment, compensation, benefits, labor relations, testing, and career development services. The department advocates for safety and diversity and equity in employment in the city of Opa-locka. Our goal is to provide employment environment, an employment environment that nurtures a standardized hiring, testing, and discipline process to ensure an equitable and merit-based personnel system, and is in place that will in place will increase recruitment efforts and retention amongst the workforce to serve the community and its needs better. So through that, I will update the human resources forms that would help with standardizing the processes that we have. And it will go along with updated policies and procedures to mitigate the number of litigations and reduce our insurance quote, hopefully, for employee appreciation events. It will boost morale and it will increase the recruitment and retention of the city. And then for internal and external training, it will train staff, increases the level of service to the community and reduce the level of liability. And then to initiate a wellness program to increase the health of our employees and also reduce the percentage of increase in the renewal of our benefits. So, and I also, I prematurely anticipated Commissioner Kelly's miscellaneous questions. So for me, it includes travel and per diem, postage, general expense, office supplies, clothing and uniforms, memberships, advertising, and conference and meetings.
I do have a question. Commissioner Kelly, I'm sorry, does that answer your miscellaneous?
No, thank you. Thank you for the detail. Thank you.
Okay, I do have a question, and you talked about recruitment, and I know we had a very successful job fair that just took place on a couple Saturdays ago.
Mhm.
Was that factored into this to maybe do this once a year in the HR budget, Mr. Manager, or is this something that's going to be just if we need on a need?
We're still evaluating the success of this project to see if there's something that we will do again. We are preparing a presentation for the commission at the next commission meeting regarding the success of that workshop. And if it be the will of the commission, we would like to continue to do that, and we could move that forward with a budget amendment.
Okay,
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Kelly.
thank you. I like the idea. I know it's in there and it's not broken down, and Mr. Anthem said he'll get it actual numbers, because every department, I'm always looking for training and education, how we can empower employees. And I never really see that broken in. So I know it's in miscellaneous, and that's why I'm asking, what is that to make sure we offer employees an opportunity for training that we pay for or they co-pay for, to empower them, to make them better, get them better, because if they're better, we're better as a city. So I'm glad of that. The other contracted service I see went up quite a bit, or you're proposing. What does that increase actually entail?
That entails the internship programs. And then we have Robert Half as a temp agency and several other contracts that we have. We also have we utilize a third-party vendor for benefits as well to help negotiate the renewals every year as well.
So it's for an internship program?
No, it has the internship program inside of there. Because I believe it's with Miami-Dade Public Schools, and then also we have Career Source. Yeah, so Career Source is the one.
For
Other contracted services.
For
for
Career Source.
I got the entities for specifically, we're contracting them for what particular services?
Oh, we have the interns in the city, and I believe in businesses in the city of Opa-locka, and they're contracted through us to pay through us.
It's two separate programs. One is the internship program, and the other is the summer program.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Confused.
Say it again, it's two separate programs?
I would
Yes.
need clarification on that because I only know about the summer internship program, so I'm going to defer to the city manager.
Yes, so you stated the first program, which is the internship program. The second is the summer program, which is run by Career Source. Yes,
So the internship program is done through Career Source?
We partner with them, yeah.
the summer program is done through in partnership with Career Source.
And the other one is done through,
Miami-Dade County Public Schools.
and so the total for both of those is 46. So we're increasing it, we're doubling it. And the reason we're doubling it is because the success, hiring more people, what's the reason why we're doubling the amount? Because it was 40,023, it's doubling
This year, that,
almost for next year.
yeah, this year that didn't include that amount, and we're putting that internship program into that contracted services area in the new fiscal year. Yeah.
Oh, no, that's
Yeah,
because it shows $50,000 for the summer program.
Yes, sir. What I didn't make clear, unfortunately, is the $50,000 this year was in Division 19, which you always saw non-department. Because it really is an HR program, it was moved to HR. Therefore, you're seeing an additional $50,000 in FY24 that's not there in FY23.
So the $46,000 is really the summer program? I'm, Mr. Mayor, I mean, you said 50,000 summer program, so that's totally separate.
Commissioner Kelly saying the math ain't math, and that's what he's trying to say.
I know.
Mr. Anderson?
I mean,
Yeah.
We're talking about other contract services, and I'm going to give you what's in next year. It's going to be ADP personnel services primarily, background checks, the summer youth program, as I just mentioned a moment ago, and also some ACA, which I believe is the Affordable Care Act reporting.
Could you break down the line items with the cost,
Yes,
please?
ADP personnel services, 28,500, background checks, 2,000, summer youth program, which we talked about before, is 50,000. ACA reporting is 3,000.
okay, so
So he's looking at the 86.
it's not really the summer program.
It's not the internship program. It's for the community youth that are being Career Source, I guess, is running a program for community youth. It is not the internship program where the kids come into the city hall. It's a separate program altogether. Approved by the commission.
There's two separate programs.
Okay, I know it's inside the big booklet somewhere, so I'll look for the breakdown. I'm just trying to get clarity. It's not the summer program.
It's not the summer.
Summer program.
It's not the summer intern.
Summer job youth program.
It is the summer job youth program. Yes, sir. Not the internship program here in the city hall.
Okay, so the internship program is the one that Career Source is doing?
No, internship
that's
program
Career
is
Source.
Miami-Dade County School System.
But
The summer youth program is
Okay.
Career
And
Source.
how many people is that?
The internship program,
Mhm.
I'm going to defer to the HR director.
I'm over the Miami-Dade Public School internship program, and currently we had 15 and then one drop, so we're at 14. I don't have the numbers on hand for the Career Source or the other internship program available. I can look that up and get that back to you as soon as possible.
Monday's fine. Okay. I just wanted to get the breakdown on the difference.
Mhm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Madam HR Director, you finished? All right, it's finance.
Good evening, Naima Walker, Finance Director. So for fiscal year 2024, the objectives of the Finance Department are to implement a citywide finance system, which will support future growth. Timely submit all of our mandated reports, recruit to fill vacant positions, continue professional development to include department-wide participation and continuing education, ethics training, and other governmental accounting-based seminars provided at a minimum through the Florida GFOA. Likewise, and another objective for us for fiscal year 24 is to develop a financial policies and procedure manual, research, identify, and implement best practices per GAAP, and then finally to provide quarterly financial results in accordance with the city's charter. In looking at our budget for fiscal year 24, my page looks a little different than yours. However, it appears as if for focusing on the middle column, FY 24 proposed, that middle column, looking at the head count, it has a proposal of 12. Actually, we're going to curve that back down to 11. Those 11 positions are the finance director, executive assistant / payroll clerk, senior accountant number 2, an AP clerk, cashier, procurement officer, grants administrator, an accountant for the general fund, as well as another accountant for the enterprise fund, and then an accountant 2 for the enterprise fund. That is the head count proposed for fiscal year 24 for the finance department. Going into further details through the expenditures, other professional services is $533,000 in that line. Let me find the detail for you. One of these pages. Go to the footnotes. Here it is. That encompasses financial consultants of $500,000, the policy procedure manual development at $25,000, and then the Florida League of Cities GASB 75 actuary valuation at $8,000, totaling $533,000 for that line. Any questions so far?
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Kelly.
thank you. You said that it's actually 11 positions instead of 12. You called them out kind of quick, so I was, because it's small writing, I'm trying to see. Finance director, senior accountant.
Yep, let me start over. So you have the finance director. There's an executive assistant / payroll clerk. That
Okay.
consolidation is the curve back from 12 to 11. So executive assistant / payroll clerk. Then we have a senior accountant, a second senior accountant, an accounts payable clerk, a cashier, a procurement officer, a grants administrator. You have an accountant, staff accountant for the general fund, likewise a staff accountant for the enterprise fund, and then finally a senior accountant for the enterprise fund.
Okay, so the page 73 outline you got actually doesn't list all of those folks. They're actually on the next page in the budget summary. That's why I had to go over to that page. Okay, inside of your numbers, I guess you're gonna go over it, but on the handout, we got a booklet and we got this, so I'm looking at both of them at the same time. The other professional service, I think you had indicated what that broke down.
Yes.
What was that again?
Sure. So we have financial consultants, which is the internal accounting consultant, Mr. Brunson's team, $500,000 for that item. The second item is the development of the policy and procedure manual at $25,000. And then lastly, in that line is the Florida League of Cities GASB 75 analysis. That valuation is $8,000.
Okay, so we're budgeting for next year for the consultants, another 500,000.
You said another, correct,
We're budgeting another 500,000.
correct, yes.
I got the policy procedure manual, which we just got some information. That's work in progress. League of Cities, I got that. I guess to the Madam Vice Mayor, to the manager. From what you indicated in the previous meeting, they were not able to do some of the things we need done to get our reports done already. So is there a plan how to address that since we're budgeting again for next fiscal year?
Through the Vice Mayor to Commissioner Kelly, absolutely. As stated last, we are continuing to have that discussion. Yes, sir.
Okay, let me just say this on the record. The discussion is good. I'd like to see something black and white of what comes out of the discussion. Because I don't want to, we shouldn't budget someone for another fiscal year if they can't do the whole job and need done at the same amount. I don't have a problem with Brunson if they can do some of it, but we're budgeting for the whole 500,000. And according to what you said the other night, the report's not going to get done because there's certain things they couldn't do that the Markham team is going to do regarding Gatsby. So we're budgeting the same exact amount. Yeah, I like to see that in black and white, not just a conversation, but whatever comes out of the conversation, a final result of it, because we're still budgeting for $500,000 for this coming year. The other question I have, since the numbers that you're listing, Madam Finance Director, and to the manager, I guess, the staffing that's here now,
Yes.
is this enough staffing to get done what needs to be done to get us our report that needs to be done by December 31st?
So the current headcount operates on daily activities for the city. They're not assigned specifically to only work on audit preparations. So the current headcount is not assigned audit preparations. Looking forward to the December 31st deadline. We have daily activities as well. So the
Okay.
focus is daily activities for the current headcount.
Okay,
That's what we have the internal actually consulting team, the Brunson team, working on, so that we can in tandem approach both deadlines.
and the reason I'm asking that because
Yes.
it's apparent, even with Brunson, we didn't make that deadline. So that's what I'm saying, is anything from your office or manpower staffing that is going to ensure that we not only make the deadline, but even going forward, because we're already still behind on audits and trying to catch up, that we need to do to budget in this budget. Mr. Anthem, I already mentioned, we got a healthy, robust amount of money in general fund. So if we need to allocate more dollars into finance to either hire additional staffing that can do what needs to be done while the folks you have there are doing the day-to-day stuff,
Yes.
then we need to do that.
Thank you.
I'm looking at you, but I'm really talking to the commission. So, Mr. Mayor, and to my colleagues, we need to really look at funding finance more. Whether it's individual people, and I'll leave that to discretion of the manager and yourself, because y'all experts, or another firm or whatever to get this done. Because it makes no sense for us, if we got money in the bank, we know this is the number one priority of getting out of financial emergency, and part is getting audits done, CAFR done, all those things that tie into getting this process to work. And I'm just going to say, from my perspective and being around, financial emergency enough, we don't have enough people. It's not a knock against you, your staff. It's not enough people doing day-to-day stuff and dealing with this. So I'm going to suggest to the commission, and I should have said this earlier, I won't be here Monday. So all the answers that I'm asking for, I will just get them from the clerk, and any other concerns I have, I will ask the clerk read them into the record for responsive. But I want to say this tonight, we need to either look at more staffing, Mr. Manager and Madam Finance Director, if that's the way you want to go, hiring additional 4 people to do the day-to-day stuff, because these folks can, concentrate on that. Or if you're suggesting even another firm, I don't know. I don't know which way is better, but I know at this rate, it's not going to occur. You ain't got to answer me. I already know it. I ain't gonna put you on the spot. It's not going to happen with the current staffing doing day-to-day stuff and things that are coming up and getting this done and moving forward. So I guess the question I would have, Mr. Mayor, since this budget, Mr. Anthem, or to the manager, how much money could we allocate more for finance to get that done?
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Manager.
Mr. Manager.
Thank you. So let me start with your first two questions first. As far as the $500,000 allocation for the internal audit work, that's the item. So that's the cost. So regardless of whether we move forward with Brunson, or if we take an internal team from marketing, or we go in a totally different direction. Now, although our time is very limited, those truly are our only two options that we're having discussions about. The financial item is going to cost $500,000. So that budget item will remain the same. We are discussing, as we shared before, some probably some concessions from the Brunson team, regardless to the time frame, and some assurances about moving forward with our current deadline. But the $500,000, that's the money that's in the budget that's necessary in order to get this item done. So that's to address your first item. To address your second item, absolutely, it is my concern. I'm sure it's the concern of Mrs. Walker as the finance director. Do we have enough staff? But I have to share with the commission so that you be informed, and I've shared this before, throwing more money is not going to fix this. We've thrown significant amount of money of it in those positions. We have 2 open accounting positions right now that we have been recruiting for quite some time. We are ramping up our marketing. We're ramping up our outreach. We're almost to the level where we're going to look at hiring a firm, which is going to be a significant cost, hiring a firm to actually recruit for the city of Opa-locka accountants. So those staffing positions are already there. They're currently vacant, but those positions that we need and that we've discussed and what the work they're going to do, they're actually there. So the work that we need to do is on the reputation of the city so that accountants feel comfortable coming to a city, working with us, working with our finance department. As you are aware, Mrs. Walker is the first finance director that the city's had in over 5 years. We did an extensive recruitment research for a months-long recruitment research in order to obtain her services here. So we have the staffing slots and we have the actual budgeted line items. It's the recruitment that we actually looking to ramp up.
Mr. Manager,
Yes, sir.
to Commissioner Kelly's point, if staffing is an issue, and he talked about bringing in an additional firm for day-to-day to fill those positions because we have not filled them, like we have Robert have. So can we reach out to see if we can get temporary temps in here to help with that issue, or just hire an additional firm to, help boost that?
We did look at that cost. I'll have Mrs. Walker provide you with that report. Yes.
Which is why he said, what's the dollar amount that we would need to add to the finance department in order to make sure that we are fully staffed, be it a firm, be it staff for the city. We just want her to be fully staffed.
Yes, sir. Mrs. Walker, I don't know if you recall that number off the top of your head, but we did look at Robert Half. Can you recall the cost that they would charge the city of Opa-locka for one accountant?
There was a cost of $3,400 per week for one experienced governmental finance experienced candidate who had previously worked with the city. It was $3,400 gross per week.
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner,
I don't want to play on words. It was real clear what I said. There's not enough staffing in finance to do the day-to-day and get this done. We've got plenty of money in the bank. We either hire a firm, or if you can't fill the positions because people want to work or the money, then hire a firm. I want to know, and what I'm asking and saying to my colleagues, if we're going to get out of financial emergency and stay up to date with the reporting and not get behind, I only mentioned Brunson because you mentioned Brunson in the 500,000. I don't care what firm it is. If you keep Brunson because they're familiar and they can help us, that's fine. My question was, if you can't find people to fill the positions, look at a firm to come in to help with the additional work to get us out and get us ahead for financial emergency. That's my point. I'm not trying to throw money at people. Get a firm. If you got to do RFP, whatever the process, we know what we need done. We know the help we need, but there is not enough manpower to really get what we need done. And you can, I don't expect you to say anything for it, but I just know it's not enough. And if we got enough money to do other things, and we understand finance is the number one driver to get us out of financial emergency, which is where we all want to be, put the money there. So I'm suggesting, I'm saying to my colleagues, we need to make sure and direct the manager, come back to us whichever way they deem is best, and we can't fill position, come back with the recommendation of a firm, whatever that may be. If that means another $200,000. Because if we're not going to get our financial emergency, we got these deadlines we're not meeting, we're not getting to where we need to get to. And that's where I'm at. So I'm not asking for numbers tonight. I'm not asking for specifics tonight. I'm putting on record for this budget, whether it's manpower individually or an additional firm, if that's the choice you all see, whatever it is to get the additional manpower finance needs to take care day to day and also provide information and support to help with Brunson or whomever else firm, and to get the stuff to Markham so that we can meet these deadlines and get out of financial emergency, get these audits done. That's the request I'm making. I hope my colleague will support that, because otherwise we just, we got money. And if we got the money, use the money wisely to get the firm. I'm not saying throw money at a candidate. Get folks who do this work to assist, whether it's Brunson and someone else or whoever the firms are, but we need to get it done. We don't have enough manpower to get this done, get out of financial emergency, do day to day and all those things. It's an overwhelming task. It really is. It really is. So I would hope by the time we get to the next workshop, and I won't be here, there'll be some recommendation to the commission on how to proceed doing that. It's not a money issue in terms of a firm. It's an issue where we'll make the commitment to say, we're going to put dollars into finance that we know is needed to get us on track, meet deadlines, get reports done so that we can get out of financial emergency. And until we do that, we're going to be still kind of, limping along. So I'm really saying that to my colleagues. Thank you, Madam Finance Director.
Mr. Mayor?
1 second, Mr. Manager, Commissioner Bass.
Thank you to Mrs. Walker. You're an expert when it comes to this financial in-house we're working with. I want to know, what does a perfect, even though nothing's perfect, finance department would look like to you as it relates to bodies?
We almost need to double our head count, to be quite honest with you.
About 22.
Yes, ma'am.
There we go.
To be efficient and effective, yes.
Yes. Okay. So, Mr. Mayor?
1 second. I'm in agreement with everybody, but what concerns me is because we're battling with a timeline, which is December 31st, doing an RFP would take us off course, which will push us back really, really, really far. So is there any way we can, like Commissioner Kelly said, even with the temps or something,
Mr. Mayor?
RFP will.
Well,
Mr. Mayor?
That was a piggyback us because it's. Oh, go ahead. You have a.
Yes.
You sound like you got something to say about that. Okay, go ahead.
Fantastic. So yes, if you recall, the city of Opa-locka did do an RFP to get a firm in to do the services. And although we actually called out firms and requested for them to put a bid in, we had 0 applicants. So the notion that there is a firm out there that is willing to come into the city of Opa-locka, maybe there is, but we have really shucking the weeds down to try to find them. Now we do have the cost. And since we do have, while we do have members of the commission here, we could get the will of the commission on whether we want to move forward with adding some temporary bodies. And that cost would be, each body would be approximately $167,000 annually. So to get the 2 bodies that Mrs. Walker and I feel that we need immediately, that would come to a cost of $353,600. And if it be the will of the commission, we would love to put that number into the budget.
When does that happen? No, I was waiting on the manager to finish.
Okay.
Yes, and we are in agreement that the RFP process for a firm is not the way to go. We've tried that. Again, you noted the time constraints that we have, that would be 90 days. So by the time the firm got in here and got acclimated, the 2022 would be due. So yes, we do believe that getting the bodies in here would be an avenue to explore.
Commissioner Kelly?
Thank you. When was that RFP done that we didn't get anybody to respond? When was that done?
Mr. Anderson, can you, if you have that information, can you respond? Ms.
Was it
Lawson,
done
do
in
you have
this
that?
23 or before? I mean, was it done this year? That's really I'm asking.
It was last year, sir.
It was last year?
Yes, sir.
So we really don't know if anybody would have, or we don't even know if there's a piggyback out there that we could proceed. Because, and the reason I'm saying that, because if we're in an emergency like we are, we don't have to necessarily go through the whole long process. Correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Attorney. We can actually fast track if it's an emergency. I think you can do it actually almost within 7 days if you find someone, and we're piggybacking, and I'll stand corrected by the attorney. So that's why I'm saying pursue whatever the options. If it turns out that the best is the 2 people, that's fine. If it turns out that there's a firm out there, or you discover a piggyback out there of people who've done that recently or would come in, because we haven't done it this year. From what I understand, we've done it in the past, but we haven't done it recently. I'm just saying explore both, whichever one, but we need more manpower, obviously, as you're indicating. So whatever the manager comes back and recommends Monday, I guess the commission can make.
So, Mr. Manager, explore our options, exhaust our resources. And can you bring a proposal back to the commission Monday?
Absolutely,
All
sir.
right. Well, y'all cool with that? All right, Madam Finance Director,
Yes.
you got more?
Yeah, so do you want me to go line by line? Next line was the accounting and auditing. We have $200,000 earmarked for next fiscal year. And in that line, the breakdown is for coverage of 2 audits by the external auditing firm, Markham LLP. Next line is travel, 5250. The breakdown on that is hotel accommodations as well as per diem. And that's looking at a total of 3 days per person, which is slated for training next fiscal year, a total of 5 individuals, 3 days per person, hotel and per diem. That's the 5250.
Commissioner Barris?
Thank you. If we're going the route that we want to go with increasing bodies, won't that increase as
Yes,
well?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am, it will.
Mhm.
Okay, so my suggestion is that we hold off on the finance for tonight. And once you bring that proposal back, then we come back to the presentation from the finance department.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Because these numbers will be based on what it stands today without the
Yeah.
commission's
Right.
direction.
We'll do.
If that's, yeah, okay. Thank you, Madam
Thank you.
Director. All
Thank
right,
you. You're welcome.
and we're going to our police Mr. Bob.
Mr. Mayor, if I may make an administrative point, if there's any question about any of the underlying detail on any number you're going to see for FY24, with the exception of miscellaneous, it's listed in the footnotes for that particular division. May save writing down information and so forth. I think it may save you some time.
Got it. In the book. Yeah, we caught up. All right, police department.
Good evening. Kenneth Dialli, Interim Chief of Police. Thank you for having me. I'm here to brief the FY24 proposed FY24 budget for the Opa-locka Police Department. Our mission is for the city of Opa-locka Police Department is to enhance the quality of life, environment, and safety of our citizens, employees, businesses, and visitors in the atmosphere of courtesy, integrity, fairness, and quality of service. And we intend to execute that effectively. Our goal is to establish and function as a highly effective police department and noted for providing excellent, respectful, and trusted public safety in our community. So moving forward for our full-time sworn, our FY proposed budget is 50, up by 3. Full-time non-sworn is going to be up by 3 to 15. That's going to include the 2 PSAs, Commissioner Kelly, that you asked of earlier. The two PSAs, public service aides, are the ones that will be monitoring the red light cameras. That's going to be an increase of 2. So the extra PSA will be going out externally into the community and conducting PSA work, which is conducting traffic investigations, investigating traffic crashes, parking, towing vehicles. So the increase in 2 is actually going to be a added plus to the agency, in that the 2 that we currently have are not able to go out into the community and execute those tasks.
So currently we have 2 PSAs in the year, adding to be 4 in total.
Correct.
All right.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Kelly?
the 2 well, they're not officers. The current PSA folks are not officers now, right?
PSAs are non-sworn
Right.
public service aides, yes.
And you're proposing 2 more?
Correct.
Okay, and those 2, obviously, the 2 you have now will continue to be doing red light cameras.
Yes.
And then 2 you're proposing, you said one of them is going to be quote unquote in the community.
So the concept is that of the 4, 3 will be conducting red light camera services daily. The 1 will be external, and they will rotate their duties inside the agency so that 1 will always be on the street conducting public service aid.
How many are listed in the budget as PSAs?
Currently, 2.
2. In the proposed budget, you're actually proposing that it's going to be listed as 4.
Correct.
Okay, that's the challenge I have, because you got people, you got on paper as PSAs, but they're not out there in the community. You're actually going to have 1 in the community and 3 doing red light cameras.
Okay.
So that's not an accurate assessment, because a PSA is supposed to be out there in their car that says PSA, riding around, taking those minor infractions and visibility, and like you said, traffic stuff that is not going to take place. It's going to be 1 person.
It's going to be 1 person for now.
Well,
So
I mean, you're budgeting 4, eventually you're gonna have 4 people. That's the intent. But only 1 is going to be on the streets in the community.
that is correct.
Okay, I have a
The-
challenge with that. I have a challenge with that. We're gonna have PSAs for the community. We need to have PSAs for the community. If we're gonna have red light camera folks, call them red light camera folks. Because we're sending a missed message to the community that they're gonna see PSAs out there and they're not gonna see that. They're gonna see 1 person. So that's, I'm talking to the commission. I'm looking at you, but I'm really talking to my colleagues. Just call it what it is. If it's camera readers or whatever we want to call them, non-sworn police, do that. But don't say PSAs and then say the community, we got 2 PSAs and they're going to see but 1 person out there. PSAs play a vital role, obviously helping you all. And I bring it up because as we're doing all this construction and parking that we have challenge with now, that's going to be a major thing that those folks or that area is going to do to free up police to do other things, as opposed to traffic, minor things, tickets or whatever in wrong areas. I'm really saying that to my colleagues. We need to relook at really how we list it. If you need 3 people for cameras, that's fine, but just say it's only 1 PSA. What is the cost for PSA person? If I can ask Mr. Mayor, to the manager, to whoever going to answer.
I don't have that. I don't have that with me right now. I'll find out and come back with that
Okay,
information.
yeah, I'd like to know what the cost for the PSA person, because I'd like to see, since we're doing well, we got all this construction coming, we got increase in our money and revenue. So let's put it in the community where people can see it. That's what I'm saying.
Can I speak to that, Mr. Mayor? So the additional public service aides, and I understand what you're saying, Commissioner Kelly, with the increase of the 6 additional red light cameras, that's going to be an additional revenue into the city. And in order to monitor all the 14 red light cameras, the additional personnel, and I definitely understand what you're saying, Commissioner Kelly. Right now, I don't have the answer for that, but I will plan for it as in the coming.
I'm not disputing the need. I heard that you're bringing on 6 more. Somebody got to read it. You need another person. I got that. I'm just saying, if we're going to have PSAs that perform that function, that service, which is going to assist they need to be in the community and their vehicle riding around saying their PSAs. I also bring it up to my colleagues as well, because with all of the construction, all the apartment buildings, all the whatever, traffic, parking, enforcement is going to become even more of an issue than it is now. And so those PSAs are going to become even more critical. But I don't want residents looking at this budget or looking down the road and, there's supposed to be 2 PSAs according to the budget, but I only see one person out there because they're doing red light camera. If we're going to have 2 PSAs out there all the time, I can understand things happening. I'm not saying that you may have a situation where you got to pull them in for a day, week, because something happens. I'm not referring to that. But if we're budgeting for PSAs for that service, that's where they need to be. Call the red light camera folks, full-time, non-sworn camera, whatever you want to call them, whatever you're paying them. But if we're having PSAs, they need to be there. So if you don't have the amount, you can get it to us by Monday, because I'd like to know what that amount is for a PSA going forward, since we're in the budget process.
Mr. Manager, yes, sir. Mr. Manager, to Commissioner Kelly's point, could you divide that number up? So 2 are PSAs and 2 are red light camera specialists. And then the red light camera specialists can also serve as PSAs if need be. And the PSAs can serve as red light cameras if need be, but they're classified as two different job.
So I will defer to the chief on this. We had this conversation extensively. I presented to him the same challenges that Commissioner Kelly did. And what he explained to me is that they have, in order to fulfill that role of a PSA, that they have to be trained as a PSA. So I provided him the administrative leeway to classify them as PSA, and we're going to determine, because we're getting more, I think it's 6 or 8 additional red light cameras.
6.
We are 6, and we're going to have some additional construction, as we know, so that by labeling them all PSA, it gives him the authority to move them around as he needs them. But if they're not labeled as a PSA, then they cannot fulfill that function.
No, if you cross-train the red light camera specialist as a PSA, do they, by
If a
law,
red light
does it
camera-
have to be called a PSA? I guess that's the question.
So the PSAs, public service aids, are traffic related and functional as red light camera specialists.
Okay.
So they come in, they come into court to red light camera court, they testify. So their functionality is more effective in the red light camera monitoring area. So if you're looking at the proper and effective utilization of these 4 public service aids, can they at any time be pulled out of the office and put out on the street? 100% absolutely. So for example, if the commission says, or the city manager says, we need 2 bodies at X construction site, then on a phone call, I'll tell Sergeant Gonzalez, let me get 2 of my PSAs out and functioning in the community to monitor the traffic around these construction sites. When that task is completed, they will move back into the red light camera monitoring area and conduct their task at that point. So I think the twofold aspect and benefit of having, as you say, cross-trained, it's not really cross-training. They're trained in that based on their training at the PSA Academy. So yes, sir.
What I hear you saying is they're all PSAs, trained as PSAs, who are in charge of red light cameras.
Well said, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Kelly.
I understand all of that. That's not my point. My point is, if there's supposed to be 2 PSAs in the community, I'd like to see 2 PSAs in the community.
At all
The
times.
reason I asked if with the cost, because I may propose, and the colleagues can, vote it down in the budget process, 2 PSAs in the community, not taking away your 3, not taking away your ability to reassign based on the situation. I'm just saying, if we're budgeting for 2 PSAs, as was indicated, I want to see 2 PSAs in the community unless something is going on. So whatever that cost is for that additional person, because you really need 5, because you just indicated with the red light cameras, you need 3 people automatically. So right now, as it stands, if we pass it as is, there's only be 1 person out there on any given time. And we need more right now, more than 1 person. We need more officers out there for the traffic stuff that's going on that I've already pointed out and said to my colleagues. So since we're in the budget process, now is the time to address it. So I'm asking, what is that cost? The commission can decide whether you want to go that route or what have you. I'm not taking away from the cameras. I understand that. I'm just saying for 2 PSAs in our city, we got enough police cars and vehicles, so I don't think that's an issue to say we've got 2 in our community doing PSA work every day somewhere, unless the chief pulls them for whatever, which would be understandable. That's the way I'm presenting it to Mr. Mayor and my colleagues. That's what I'm suggesting. We just need to know the amount. If it's something we can't do, but we don't know the amount yet. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, so we're looking into maybe hiring more than the 2 PSA officers.
No, we're listening to have 2 in the community. We got 2 listed. But as the chief is saying, one of them is going to have to do red light cameras because we're bringing on 6 more cameras. So they're going to be having to do red light. If I'm understanding, I won't put words in your mouth. We have to have them doing that all the time because it's just the amount of volume of work.
They will each be effective in both their PSA duties and the red light camera duties. So in order to give everyone the access to do their public service aid to work, they'll be rotated in and out of the office to give them each all. And as the commissioner stated, to bring, to bring on an additional public service aid would then allow 2 to be on the street, 3 in the office also. And I will always have them rotating in and out because that keeps them functional and effective, trained in managing their public service aid duties as well as the red light camera duties. So it's a dual impact.
Okay, so can we see that added, Mr. Manager, an additional PSA? That way you always have 2 in the street and 3 in the office
We can bring that as a proposal, absolutely.
on Monday.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's move down to expenses. I'm looking at other expenses. If you look down to other expenses on page 4 I have it as page 48, 706,873 proposal for FY24. That's going to be to pay for the red light camera service providers for the additional 6 more cameras, which are currently at $4,000 per camera. Police operating expenses. If you notice the change for the operating expenses, we have a 24% reduction in operating expenses. And while doing that, we're emphasizing on the increase in our sworn staff from 47 to 50. So I want to focus on rentals, as you were, repair, maintenance, and mechanical machine equipment. I'm assuming that's for FY24. It's 23,000 proposed. However, I was having a discussion today with Mr. Austin in an effort to take a look at the contracts to see if the motor pool can do more of the work on our police vehicles, as opposed to sending them out to other places. I'm not sure how that'll work, but if that can be a reduction, then that'll help us at some point. Software maintenance is 156,000 proposed, and that is for our body worn camera maintenance and different software maintenances. And with this hopefully will mitigate the fact that we will never have to go through the CAD shutdown and report shutdown that we had before. I don't know how that will impact, but I can let IT speak to that. Community policing, we're proposing an ups funding to $8,000. My intent is for FY24 to hold a community policing event every quarter to impact the community, our community outreach for the elderly, for the youth, our faith-based organizations, and to just show a proper, more of an outpouring of a show for the police department in the community. We have our chaplains program. We have a program called Faith in Blue that we're exploring for October 6th through the 9th, I believe. On that weekend, where we're proposing I'm looking at some really important aspects of that in the community, where our faith-based organizations and the police department will partner together and bring together some really positive things. Moving forward to police safety equipment, of course, we have our equipment, our body worn camera, as you were, our vest, and new equipment that we plan on purchasing here. And we have some coming in FY 23, and look at purchasing some more in FY 24. Our K9 unit, that's always important with K9 radar. He's one of our beloved dogs with Thor. So we have the maintenance of those and the medical for our K9 and miscellaneous. I believe it was Commissioner Kelly who asked about our miscellaneous. Well, I can briefly sum up what we have there. We have our employee award recognition program, which I'm really focusing highly on, because I know the city has their employee recognition program, but I also want to have something in the police department. So we have our employee excellences, Bronze Stars, Gold Star, Silver Star awards in the event that our officers conduct themselves and they execute a level of bravery while enforcing, saving a life or enforcing the law.
Commissioner Kelly.
Thank you. Let me go back up because I know you get your training police wise, but you don't have anything with educational costs, so you took that out. And miscellaneous, I got the awards and all of that. So you anticipating needing anything in the educational costs? I mean, I know you have things that occur as a part of being a police, but you anticipate needing any funding for anything else dealing with educational?
So great question, Commissioner. So the educational cost that I'm anticipating has been reduced because Miami-Dade County has put out so many free courses for us that we're now introducing the train the trainer. Well, so we send our officers to Miami-Dade County to take these courses, come back and provide the training for us, which will allow us to reduce our cost that way. And I think that's a pretty good use of our funding.
No, I appreciate that. I know what you're talking about. You just decreased it totally. You didn't leave anything there. That's the only thing that surprised me. I know the opportunities that they provide in other agencies because of being police, but you decreased it to zero. I was curious about that. And the other part on the vehicle leasing.
Yes.
It's decreasing by 39. So if we can get, I guess, as a part of how many vehicles now released, because I think we just get some more vehicles recently, or
we're getting
some more,
yes,
et cetera.
And so, as well as other rentals.
Pardon me?
As well as other rentals.
Well, this is just lease though. This is not rental,
yes.
Right? Yeah, I'd like to know, what that entails, because you're going down on it, and when those leases run out, et cetera, what's the plan as we renew or move out, phase out, whatever that is we're going to be doing to know that. The Police Explorer program, and I thought I saw him here, but that has come up numerous times and meet me Monday. I think the Vice Mayor probably remember that young man because he comes so much. Is that enough money for the Police Explorer program? Because if it's not, okay, please put some more in there, because
you asked a whole lot of questions. I'm gonna try to work them out one by one. I'm gonna try.
You don't have to have answers.
I'm going to address everyone, Commissioner Kelly.
It'll be much easier Monday because I want to be. I don't. If you don't have the answer, as I said earlier, just manage and get it to me or get it to us via the clerk. But the Police Explorer, and I'm saying it really in a joking way, but I'm really serious. If that's not enough money, please put whatever is needed, because I have had Police Explorer come up how many times?
Too many. David waiting, chasing.
Okay, so
please make sure it's funded, whatever needs, T-shirt, whatever. If that's not enough, I'm assuming it is. But if that's not enough, please make sure it is fully funded so you can get the Police Explorer program going.
David Kelly, I assure you that the Police Explorer program, I have met that young man and his aunt in my office twice. Number one. Number two, last week we had our Explorer leaders in a meeting in my office, and we're all geared up and ready to go. Our first recruiting is going to be on the 24th of this month. We're looking at starting the program the second week of September after school, when we're downstairs in our new station. Hopefully, we have our training area on the first floor where we're going to have them. I have a whole training plan.
I need to know you're specific.
Okay, so
it's funded.
It's funded, and we're ready to go.
Because trust me, I do not want to hear him one more time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He won't have to call you because he has my personal number.
And his mom and aunt's identical twins, so.
I had no idea. So I could be seeing the mom and the aunt the next day. So I had no idea who they are.
So thank you very much for that. So
Yes, sir.
like I said, if not enough, please make sure it is, so we can get that going. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor,
Vice Mayor.
if I may, I've gone to a few programs where they have honor guards. I don't know if there's a fee for us for that or a plan, but if we can squeeze that somewhere, I would.
I'm reading your mind,
Thank
Vice
you.
Mayor.
We passed
So
it.
our honor guard, oh, we did, what's that?
We passed it by resolution.
Yes, the honor guard is in full swing. They're equipped. Yesterday I had a meeting with Miami Gardens and Miami-Dade honor guard sergeants. They're coming in to help us train. We're going to be using the gym at Shabundi Park, Shabundi Village, to practice marching, going through all of our manual of arms. We have our weapons. The only thing we don't have is some small items of uniform that we have on order right as we speak. I anticipate being ready for an event by the end of the year. And when I say ready, I mean ready to execute a full honor guard in full swing. And that's something that we can be proud of. Oh, by the way, Commissioner Kelly, our Explorer program is going to have an honor guard also.
Very good. We're gonna find them something to do. That karaoke, we'll find them something.
We'll be saying
Honor guard karaoke.
Yeah,
I'll have to put in some earplugs.
and I thank you for getting all the free education, but you don't want to put a little bit of something in there just
in
in
case.
case.
So, okay, so what I didn't address is the police honor guard training expense. If you go to the third page 52, police law enforcement training. So our training is moved to that $30,000 proposed for 24. So it's there. It's just not in this line item.
Page
On page
51. 51.
And then you have training supplies of, I have it on page 52
On mine.
51.
and training supplies of 20.
It's the same thing.
20,000.
I need to need these papers.
It's the same.
That's the same page.
Mr. Mayor, I have three quick
Commissioner
questions.
Barnes.
Thank you. I wanted to know if the honor guards will be ready for our Veterans Day event in November. That would be good.
Oh my God.
So
That would be like.
that is near and dear to my heart, of course.
So I'm just putting it out there.
That's near and dear to my heart. We have Veterans Day on the 11th. The Marine Corps birthday is November the 10th. And I am working extremely hard. So the challenge is that my challenge is I'm so anal when it comes to drill and ceremonies that if they're not ready, I'm not going to show them.
Right.
Right. And that's my challenge. And I will say that to you up front. I'm a drill and ceremonies expert for years, and I refuse to put someone on the field that is not going to make the city proud. So trust me, I'm doing my best. I would love to, and I'm working at it, but trust my judgment.
All right, two more questions and then I'm done. What are the ages for the Police Explorer program?
8 to 18.
8 to 18. Okay, one more and I'm done.
Now it can go to 21. However, I'm not comfortable with putting an adult
With children.
in with minors. And so no, I'm going to keep it 8 to 18.
Okay.
I used to run a youth organization called the Young Marines, and it was a 10-year program for 8 to 18. Once they graduate high school, they graduate out of the program. And that's how I plan on running the Explorer program.
Okay, one more question. I need a little bit of clarification. Maybe it's here, I'm just not getting it. Your community outreach, there's no positions there.
The community outreach.
Uh-huh. So I was wondering if you're combining that with the community outreach and the community policing. Is that what you're doing?
Yes.
So it would be one.
So it all acts in one accord.
Mhm.
So community outreach, community policing, they're all doing the same functions because
Mhm.
I'm also going to be increasing the community policing from 2 to 4
Okay.
in the FY24.
So instead of having two different somewhat organizations, it would just be one.
That's my intent.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Is it, Ms. Smith?
Commissioner Kelly.
To follow Commissioner Bass's point, is that part of the legislation we passed recently about the 2 officers being trained, et cetera? Is that part of this effort, or that's something separate?
I don't have the answer for that right now.
You use the term community policing, and I remember seeing that language in the legislation. It's not a really big, you can just give the answer to it. The only other question I had, and thank you for your presentation, also, the K-9, I see that it's really minimal, so we don't have the K-9 anymore, or because I see it was budgeted for 10,000 and it seems like it went down. Is that just, we don't anticipate a higher cost or?
K-9 went up from 7,000 to 7,500 for FY 24. That's page 49.
Say it again.
Did I miss the question?
Thor and
Thor and radar.
500.
Thor and radar from 7,000 to 7,500.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay,
Any further questions?
no, we're good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you.
next up is beautification and ground maintenance.
That's what it is.
Yeah, it's just no coverage.
So I'd like to give a special introduction, Mr. Mayor, if you will.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So this is a new division. So this was actually be the first budget presentation for our beautification and ground maintenance division. And this is the virgin voyage and the virgin presentation of its department head, Mr. King Leonard. So I asked the commission to go nicely.
Don't.
If I seem nervous, you better answer.
We got you, Mr. King. Go ahead.
King Leonard, building maintenance, operation manager, beautification ground maintenance objective. Prepare and implement a citywide beautification plan.
It's okay to be a little nervous. It's okay.
Upgrade city medium to enhance.
Yeah, right.
Take your time.
Right.
You need some.
You got this. You got it.
You got it.
It's your
You
first
got your
service,
glasses,
we
you're ready.
Right,
Continue
when I do
upgrading of all city facilities, interior. Oversee landscaping services, ensure compliance, to ensure compliance. Hire in the arborist to maintain and ensure landscaping. Beautification, ground maintenance. Let's start with the budget. We'll have 4 full-time at this time and 1 part-time. 24, we're gonna have 15. Operation expenses, cover that on the next page. Building improvement. We increased it by 39. I want to do some renovations to some of the buildings. Far as like excuse me, public works, the interior. So I know we did the outside of all the buildings, so it's time for the inside. Machinery. We increased it by 25,000. I feel that the better machines that we have, it'll be less friction on your body as far as the employees and everything like that. So, and I think we'll do a better job as far as like the canal area. We have that slope, so we get some better machines like the county has, where they have those arms on the tractors where you can get down more better, as far as the employees not falling in the water, stuff like that. So, excuse me again. Other contractor services. I believe we increased it 141,000. That includes what my lawn landscaping, plumbing upgrades, tree services. And we have on this year, we have the Christmas tree decoration this time, so we're going to make sure we'll be prepared for that.
Yes, thank you.
Tree gonna fall and blow away.
The Christmas tree.
It's
It's a long story. Mr. King, Madam, I have a question. Because I hear Mr. King going through it. Can you explain what would be the difference between the beautification and public works? Cause I think that's where a lot of us are a little, cause beautification is gonna be interior and public works is exterior, or, cause I hear ground maintenance and they're gonna be doing the grass cutting, who's, before I ask my next question.
Yes. So Mr. King Leonard is now responsible for the citywide beautification in addition to building maintenance. And he reports directly to the city manager's office. Public Works, they're responsible for the sewer, meter readers, and sidewalk repairs.
Okay, and I know this came up before, as far as like a maintenance schedule, so that will be handled through beautification.
That's correct. That will be a part of the beautification plan.
Beautification plan.
Yes, the schedule is included in the beautification plan.
And has that already been finalized and everything, or we're still working on it?
It's finalized. The manager will be requesting a workshop with the commission to go over the entire plan.
Got it. All right, so then I'll wait on the plan. All right, Mr. Leonard, sorry.
Next is solid waste and disposal fees. As you know, we have issues with illegal dumping, so that had to be increased by 25,000 to make sure that we could cover that until some changes could be made as far as, again, illegal dumping. Rentals and leases. Sometimes we need a backhoe or some other heavy equipment that we don't have, so we have to make sure that we have something put for that. Building repair and maintenance. That's most important. Electrical issues, fence repair, fire alarm, other AC repairs, janitorial services. Maintenance supplies, again, little small objects that we may need as far as maintenance supplies, for the landscaping. Did I forget one, ground maintenance? Vehicle and leases, that's for the vehicles that we'll be getting soon, for the division, for the beautification division. And last but not least, miscellaneous. I would like to put some of that miscellaneous for us, for training that my department may need, different trainings and things like that. So do you have any questions for me?
Great presentation, Mr. King.
Don't do that.
Great presentation. Great presentation. Commissioner Kelly has a question though.
I don't have a towel today, sir. I'm sorry.
I am not going to ask but one question.
Yes, sir.
And I defer in more detail. The Christmas decorations, I see is listed as $15,000. And the footnote detail.
Oh, yes.
$15,000.
Yes.
I really want to know, and I'm gonna really kind of defer to the vice mayor, and I guess maybe Mr. Bass, they probably, because I'm not into this.
But that's not.
Is that just for the lighting that we see on, or is that for the tree? Is that for everything related to Christmas?
That's for everything related to Christmas. The tree, 22nd Avenue,
Okay.
Opa-locka Boulevard,
Okay.
everywhere.
Let me just say this to my colleagues. I don't think that's enough. The tree we had last year, the whole setup was just, we survived, not on you or whatever. So I'd like to see us increase that to at least maybe 25,000. Now, I don't know about the breakdown part of it, but to make sure we got a good tree, City Hall is done, 22nd Avenue, Opa-locka, whatever we did before, and maybe even some signage, happy holidays or whatever we want to do to really make it look nice. And because we're budgeting it, it can really be nice. Now, I'm saying 25,000. I'll defer to, the expert folks on that, but I don't think 15 is enough. Because I do not want to see And I love you, Deb, but I'm loud. Trying to put up ornament.
Touch it on the tree.
Maybe we can find a professional.
Yeah, this year, they're gonna do everything. They're gonna do everything. We're not gonna touch the tree. We just gonna look at the tree.
You may have to touch the tree now. Don't say it like that.
Well, we
But
okay.
to my colleagues, seriously, I think, and again, I'll listen to y'all thought. It needs to be at least 25,000 for the lighting, for the trees, for the everything that goes with the holiday experience
Yes.
for our city, both sides of town, et cetera. And so, because I'm thinking on the road, even going towards Ingham Park, coming in, just some little lighting there, because the park will be open by then.
Okay.
So I'm saying 25. I'll listen to my colleagues, what they think, since we're in the budget process. Now is the time to do it. But I'm glad to see it there. So I just want to offer that, Mr. Mayor, and I want to hear my colleagues' thoughts on that. Thank you.
Commissioner Kelly, you got no fight out of us, because
Say it again.
you got no fight out of us. Me and Vice Mayor was here that day when it fell, and we were trying to put it up too. So we all agree.
Yes.
We all agree.
And it's early,
And
so
it's
we
early,
can
so we
start
can
now.
start early.
Correct.
Yes,
Sure.
I was looking to see if I saw Junior in the house, but I don't see him. Yes, we got time to start early.
To add $10,000 more to that allotment, please.
Please, Mr. Anthem, thank you.
The manager back?
Please, yes, he's
Yeah,
back.
His manager?
He down there
The
laughing,
manager?
because he remember
I
when
know
it
he's
fell.
outside. We'll make sure you're included. That tree was terrible. I didn't even want to take a selfie with it.
It was beautiful. It was up on the tree. Yeah,
You
the
know what I'm
tree was
saying, so
beautiful.
please-
It was.
I am in agreement.
You know it's late.
I do not believe that public works.
It's late. So can you give me that 10,000 more?
We'll do. We'll do.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Mr. King.
See what you did? You brought a laughing moment, Mr. King.
Code enforcement is next.
Good evening.
Good
Wilma
evening.
Cox, Code Enforcement.
Where's the food?
Code enforcement's mission is to monitor the city to ensure adherence to the city's code of ordinances, to maintain and enhance the city's health, safety, aesthetics, and quality of life through education, counseling, and as necessary, enforcement through notices and fines to obtain compliance with the city code, demonstrating professionalism, courtesy, respect, and integrity. The primary objective of Code Enforcement Department is to patrol the city daily and monitor for code compliance. Where violations are noted, ample time is provided to bring the property into compliance. The department's goal is to encourage voluntary compliance. However, when not corrected in a timely manner, where violations are deemed to be threats to health and safety, egregious or unnecessary, repetitive, immediate fines are assessed. The department will also reach out to the community to educate them on the importance of adhering to the city's code. We have certain objectives that we normally, most of the time, deal with, and we're going to start with ensure compliance with tax receipt renewal requirements. In order to achieve that, we can contact and monitor compliance of all businesses reported by building and license as being non-responsive to the annual mail out of tax receipt renewals. We certify code officers through, we're going to certify code officers through the FACE program. We're going to mitigate derelict and abandoned buildings. And in order for us to do that, we're going to decrease the number of derelict and abandoned buildings through a joint effort with the police department and community development. Reducing illegal dumping. Our efforts in that will be currently, we have teamed up with the police department on an illegal dumping task force using a more proactive approach by utilizing cameras and identifying hotspots throughout the city. Mitigating commercial property parking in residential zones. We're going to continue our efforts to identify and enforce commercial vehicles illegally parked in our residential zones
to completely eradicate this violation. We're educating community regarding code requirements. We're going to educate the community about the benefits of ordinances and code standards to be proactive in preventing future violations, enhancing the quality of life. Regarding the budget, code enforcement currently have 8 full-time staff members. We have a code enforcement manager, a field supervisor, 2 administrative assistants, and 4 code enforcement officers. Okay, what do we have here? Where's the thing?
Commissioner Kelly?
Yeah, these pages don't line up. I have to find everything here. So we have 8 individuals total in the department. I'm trying to find
57. Oh, the footnote, 103. 103, 104, it starts there.
the I guess the chart. Okay, so we got the manager, supervisor, 2 assistants, 4 officers. Okay. Why the 2 administrative assistants? Is that currently what's there or that's proposed?
No, that is current.
Okay, and can you just tell me what the 2 assistants do specifically that you need 2?
1 administrative assistant is tasked with the front office for customer service. She also is responsible for the entire special magistrate process, which is very tedious. She does the pre and post tasks for each one of the inspectors, preparing all of their cases, uploading and scanning all the documents, just preparing prior to the hearing. And after the hearing, there's a lot of different things that go hand in hand with that, where she still have to monitor, file, scan, and prepare for the lien department in the event that it gets to that point where they do not comply after they've gone to the hearing. Then that goes over to the second administrative assistant, which is completely in control of the lien department.
Okay, so the one deals with the customer service, special masters and that whole process. And the other one does what now?
She's responsible for the entire lien department and all of our collection reports.
Okay, and because we just looked at the beautification, adding 50,000 more to their budget because of illegal dumping. So I'm gonna ask the same question I kind of did with finance. You have 4 code enforcement officers that are actually doing the enforcement. And I know you said you had a task force, and I've seen some of the pictures. I think they out there days, sometimes they're out there at night or whatever, different times. What is the cost for a code officer? Yeah, what's the cost for an additional code officer?
I'm not sure. I think it's like 40, maybe like 42 with benefit, like 42, I think.
Well, that's 42 for the salary. Then we have another approximately $20,000 in benefits. So we would round that off to about $60,000 to $65,000, Commissioner.
65,000?
Yes, sir.
So our officers are making 65,000?
No, we have to pay salary plus benefits.
No, I'm saying, so the ones we got now are making that?
No.
They are making 38.
She said,
Oh, I
no,
don't know. I don't know. Let me just stay out of that one. I don't know.
I need to get a badge. So who's Ms. Manager?
Yes, they make 21. Do they not make $21 an hour?
21 an
Okay.
hour. Mhm.
Thank you.
No, so I'm saying, so the cost for an officer is $65,000. That's what we get. That's what they get.
No, they
That's-
only get the $21 an hour. Then we pay another approximately $20,000 for benefits.
No, I understand the package.
Yes,
But for an officer, $65,000 for an officer.
the cost to the city, yes.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yes, sir.
So, to add another officer costs $65,000.
Hmm.
With benefits,
Well.
right?
That's the cost. That's the cost.
With benefits.
Well,
Can't have them without
that's what I'm
benefits.
saying. That's what you have now in terms of officers. I'm not talking about anybody else. But officers are $65,000 with benefits.
With benefits.
To include benefits.
But I think what you're asking me is if that's what their salary is?
No, I'm asking what it costs if we were to bring on another code officer, what it would cost. Now, obviously, you got people there. I don't know what their salaries are, but if we were to add another code officer, what that would be, the manager saying it would be 65,000.
Yeah, he's probably right he is right with the benefits that's
well-
included. Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know how it breaks down,
Yeah,
because
okay.
you're looking at me like, we ain't got 65, so I need, that's what, I'm looking at you, but what reason I'm asking,
Mhm.
because we're budgeting, or well, at least we're allocating or propose an additional 50,000 for illegal dumping. That's just illegal dumping. That's not even some of the other things that I think code needs to work on or look at or be a part of. And that's quite a bit of money. And I guess based on projections, that's why it's there. So I'm looking at possibly what is the cost for a full-time officer for 65? That's high. I mean, I didn't know it was that much with benefits. Because when I look at it, I just look at 65 times 4. That's what I was calculating of what the cost for code officers. That would be a fair assessment.
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know, is it something you all can look at, Mr. Manager, I guess, or someone for a part-time person, a part-time officer as well, because as I looked, and I'm just going historically, even now, the last few years that I went back and look at budget, we spent a lot of money on illegal dumping and the like that are related to enforcement and or whatever. And with all the new construction, with all the stuff that is happening, and in my opinion, illegal dumping continuing to occur, I'm not sure, in my opinion, 4 is enough even now. It may not be able to swallow a whole new person, but maybe at least a part-time individual to add to code enforcement, particularly if you're doing these task force special operations, because I think when I'm going back, when I first got out of the commission, when you do these task force, that requires staff to be out there night, certain situations, because you trying to catch people, which means they're not working in the day or the other times when stuff go unnoticed. So I'm asking that question, Mr. Manager, I guess based on that, with 30 something as a part-time, no, because you wouldn't pay benefits, correct?
We would not pay benefits to a part-time, but we either way, part-time or full-time, we're tapped out with vehicles, so we would have to incur in that cost an additional vehicle. So yes, we're out of vehicles for code enforcement. We've assigned out all the vehicles. So we would have to order another vehicle. So 37 plus probably another 55,000. So we're looking at probably $85,000 to bring on a part-time.
So, okay.
But I support it.
No, well, that's 2 in a row. We're on a roll here. No, seriously, the police don't have any old vehicle. I hate to say old vehicle, but I'm sorry. The police don't have any used good vehicles that they could possibly use for a part-time person. We ain't trying to put this in nothing brand new. I mean, the part-time person. I'm trying to get you some help.
Okay,
I'm trying to get some help.
Okay.
Just make sure it has AC.
Okay, well, seriously, what I'm asking for us to consider, and I guess you could bring it back and see if it's doable or feasible, a part-time code officer. Because to me, with the dumping, we're spending a lot of money trying to catch the illegal stuff. Maybe we can get on the front end and not have to spend on illegal dumping tires. And I see it a lot. I think all of us see it. People change out, they rent the house, throw the stuff out there. Ultimately, we get the calls, whether it's our fault or not. So I just want us to look at potentially a part-time person. That's why I asked earlier about the two administrative assistants, but it seems like that they're full doing stuff, so I don't want to bother that. So if we could, to my colleagues and the manager, look at a part-time code officer. If it's not feasible or doable, we can't. Because I didn't really factor in a new car or whatever. I just thought maybe we had some vehicles or a vehicle of public works that could serve the purpose. But whatever comes out, I just want to put that out to my colleagues and hear their thoughts, because we're spending on the back end trying to catch people, and we'll wind up having to pay a lot for illegal dumping.
Yeah.
So maybe we have a little more enforcement out there that may help to deter that. But I'll defer to listen to y'all thoughts and or staff, how they look at it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I think we're all in agreement on the part-timer. On the part-timer.
Mhm.
I know I am.
I just have a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if this is to Mr. Bob or not. I wanted to know how much revenue does your apartment brings in?
Wish I had been prepared for this, but I know that
Just
on a
bring it back.
bi-weekly.
Just bring it back
I'm
Monday.
gonna get channel.
Bring
it back.
I'm just asking because
Don't.
Yeah, I don't know.
just
I'll bring it back.
asking.
I'll bring
because
it next on
I
Monday.
agree with Commissioner Kelly. Because if we are able to, I mean, I don't know budget, I don't do none of this stuff, I'm just putting it out there. If that department is bringing in X amount of dollars, I'm thinking we should be able to get a full-time person. I'm just putting it out there. I don't know. So, you know, that's the manager's office and Mr. Bob's office. but
Mr.
I'm just putting
Manager,
it out there.
can you bring two proposals on Monday? One with a complete full-time person to include that additional vehicle, and then to appease Commissioner Bass, and then also the.
Mr. Mayor, don't not pursue it that way, because code is a compliant, you know, it ain't money, it ain't supposed to be money generated.
Exactly.
Say it like
But
that.
it's something I'm glad you just said what you just said. I was in a meeting, I was in a meeting with Code and our assistant city manager a couple weeks ago. And I don't know if you, and he said it and by mistake, but I don't know if you all consider changing the name of code enforcement to code compliance. And because he said, and when he was talking, he was, yeah, because the purpose of the code enforcement department is to educate our residents, not to be punitive. But code enforcement just sounds so, we're going to gotcha.
Yeah.
But if we code compliance and our manager, the assistant manager said that, I was like, you know what, that would be really cool.
Yeah.
And no, he did not tell me to say that. He was just, he said it in jest. It was a joke.
No, I
He said it
support
by
that.
mistake, so-
No, we're in agreement. I support that.
Okay. When you said what you said, it reminded me of that. All right, we're good.
I have to go down the line.
You done?
I don't know. Do I need to go down this budget?
Any other questions for the code and our code?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Code compliance.
Thank you.
All right, next on the.
Thank
Good.
you.
Once
Thank
again-
you.
Thank you.
Once again,
Building the license. Go ahead, Commissioner.
yes. We're going to invite up Miss Marilyn Petit, who is our newly minted, newly appointed and promoted manager of our building and license department. This is again her virgin voyage, so that we.
Congratulations.
So y'all be kind.
Mr. Manager, I'm gonna say this.
Yes, sir.
Monday, if we gonna have a long night, you gotta feed us, cause I'm like this. Cause like, we making a motion tonight. Every budget hearing, we have to have food. I make that motion. Can I get a second? Go ahead, Madam.
The mission of the building, my name is Marilyn. I'm a building and license manager. The mission of building and license.
Congratulations.
Thank
Sorry.
you. The mission for building a license is to provide safe and resilient structure through the effective application of construction code standard, professional inspection, and quality customer service, embodying courtesy and integrity to the city citizen and contractor. The building and license department, we issue occupational license, building, electrical, mechanical, roofing, and plumbing permit, and certificate of occupancy. In addition, the department enforces building and zoning codes in accordance with the city and South Florida building code. A little overview of the budget. Currently, we have 9 full-time employees, and then for the fiscal year 2024, we proposing 7. We have part-time 4 currently. For fiscal 2024, it will be 6. Let me just go down the line with the budget. Other professional services, travel and per diem, postage, rental and leases, general expense, office supply, office furniture and equipment, miscellaneous. So if any question about the budget, I will refer to Mr. Bob. And the objective for next year, we service a lot of customers, especially we have a lot of businesses and also residential customer. They for permits. We have roofing permits, electrical, mechanical. So I would love, I believe, the customer self-service portal for next year. If the customer could go online, they could fill out their application. They don't have to come to the office, because a lot of walk-in that we have is because they don't have, most of the application, they're not online, so they have to come into the office and request the application. They have to go back, fill it out, get it notarized, and then bring it back to us. So the online application would be a good fit for us.
Is that factored in the budget, that proposal, or is this something that's your wish list?
I don't think it's budgeted, but that's the objective for the department that I have. I don't know.
To go digital?
It's an IT, sir.
It's an IT?
Yep.
Okay.
And online, we also would have to have the online permit and license status monitoring. The customer would actually could go online, see the status of their permits, licenses. I'm proposing annual staff training on building codes, because there's a lot of codes for building a license. And then to educate the homeowners, the businesses and the contractors, like an annual workshop, even for us. So those are my objective proposal for
Okay,
building a license. I don't know if you have any questions.
I have a couple questions as it relates to staff.
Right.
Mr. Manager, we were at 9, but it was decreased to 7. What was that for? That's the first question.
Yes, it was a reallocation of the staff. So we moved our departments. We're going to be implementing, bringing forward to on the next commission meeting, a contract to digitize some of our services so that all of our residents can go, all of our businesses, we utilize mostly for our businesses, could go online, so that we consolidated some of those positions.
Okay, so the consolidation to go digital. All right.
Yes.
The next question I have, because a lot of residents complain about the not being able to get in touch with the part-time, the inspectors and the plumbing and the this, that, and the third. Will they have office hours?
Yes, they do.
Sorry.
Oh,
I have the list of the inspector. Basically, they're like part-time. We have the mechanical inspector only come on Monday. The plumbing inspector comes on Tuesday. The electrical comes on Tuesday. The building official, which is Mr. Abia Daniel, he comes every day. The roofing only on Friday. Structural Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday.
And that's an
But they're
8-hour,
part-time.
that's an 8-hour shift, or
No,
is it
part-time.
part-time?
Yes.
But are they there all day?
No.
Okay, so then this is what I'm asking. Is there any way, Mr. Manager, that this information can be posted so that residents can know that, so instead of them coming Tuesdays to see a roofing inspector, he's not there, then they'll know the day that they had to come, or to set up that appointment to do that inspection?
absolutely.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner
to
Kelly.
that point, yeah, you're asking, can it be posted somewhere?
Yes,
Yeah, it needs to be posted. Matter of fact, I think all of us, and I definitely would like to get a copy of that because I get those questions and meet me Monday. In the chart, you listed all of the position. I got the part-time folks and they come in certain days. But I noticed the building official is to the left of the building license manager. So but the building official is every day. So the building official is, the way this chart looks, reporting to the building and license manager. Is that the way it's structured? Am I looking at that correctly?
That's what I.
Yes, that's for administrative purposes. That's right. So he has to report, the building official has to report his schedule. The building official has to report what inspections he's going to be done. So for administrative oversight, he does report to the building manager. Now, to the extent of his position by state statute, he oversees the quality of his own work. So he makes a determination, once he's out there, he makes a determination of what's required and what's needed, which is pretty much an expertise matter for him. But as far as his hours, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., which is newly been established, the number of inspections that he's going to be doing and where, that is an administrative oversight that's overseen by the department head.
Okay, okay, let me just say like this. I know as the manager, you can structure stuff. I'm kind of challenged with seeing a building official sideways under the building license manager, given their credentials and what they do. Okay, I'll just leave that at the moment. Let me think about that a little bit more. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
no problem. And my question is, Mr. Manager, can we invest more dollars, and this is to our part-time inspectors, being that we have an influx of construction throughout our city, homes, buildings that are popping up everywhere. So can we invest more into these part-time so they're not just here once a week for a couple hours?
Absolutely, we would support that. We've offered full-time positions to most of the inspectors. However, a lot of them have one main city that they work at, where they've been for 20 years or so, and then do part-time gigs at other cities. So it's been very difficult for us to get a inspector to agree to move to full-time, but absolutely we support that.
But even if they just can't do, so they do 2 hours on Monday, can they do an additional 2 hours on Tuesdays? I don't care about full-time. I just want to hear more.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
But I think that they do more than 2 hours a day because
No, I know. I was just.
because they have inspections, they go out there and do inspection and then bring it back. So they do more than 2 hours.
I think to add to the mayor's point, it seems that there's certain businesses and or even residential that seem to need certain of these inspectors more than others. Some of them, they only need one inspection because of what they're doing. Others seem like it's always they're waiting on that particular inspector. I think that's the question. So
Yes.
I guess we'll wait and see the answer or the recommendation, what have you, because that's what I get a lot. That the inspector I needed doesn't come till Monday and I gotta wait whatever, because they already got 5 inspections. So I gotta wait another 2 weeks. I think that was the concern. All right.
So to the commission, particularly the mayor and Commissioner Kelly, we are aware of that situation and something that we've been looking at to resolve. We are going to be bringing some legislation for your consideration to create an expedited process so that we can move things along further, knowing that we've got all this construction in the pipeline. So that is one of the things that one of the resolutions that we're going to be bringing for you to consider.
Okay. All right, thank you. Great job.
If I may.
Oh, sorry. One before you
It's not a
leave.
question,
Sure.
it's a statement. I happened to speak with, I won't say the name of the business, but one of, a big business here in Opa-locka, and they gave your department kudos all the way across the board. So
Thank you.
you all keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again and congratulations on the promotion.
Thank you.
All right, so next up is our community development.
Mayor, members of the commission, Gregory Gay, Director of Planning and Community Development. Just to give you our focus and what we are responsible for. Our mission is to establish all of the growth and development and redevelopment programs within the city, including ensuring that all developments conform to the zoning and land use guidelines according to the comprehensive plan, and to further implement and encourage growth and development within the city. Our primary directive is to grow the city and to improve its quality of life. As it relates to our objectives for this year are as follows. We are looking to improve our opportunities for customer service and creating opportunities where there could be self-service portals as we go and move toward the digital application process, having where the customers can do online applications from all aspects as it relates to administrative site plan review application, special events application, zoning verification letters, planning and zoning appeals applications, and our historic environmental preservation board applications. We're also looking at going online and working closely with the building and licensing department as it relates to the permits process and monitoring the business licensing and certificate of use process as well. We seek to have more staff training as it relates to our land development regulations, as things are changing very quickly as it relates to process and permitting for new development. We are looking to have additional workshops for our businesses, for our homeowners, as well as for the development community. As we move our affordable housing initiative forward, we're looking to have amendments relating to our land development regulations that will have a greater impact on residential development, commercial development, industrial, and more importantly, and focusing on mixed use development, especially within our commercial corridors and in our downtown area. We are expanding as it relates to economic development. That's an area that we are just recently embarking upon. We're looking to reestablish the Chamber of Commerce and basically making more documentation from our department available to the public as it relates to our land development regulations codes, the comprehensive plan, which we are in the midst of updating through our evaluation and appraisal report process, the paint permit process, our Moorish architecture design guidelines, and we are looking to bring forth 2 new things as it relates to our preservation guidelines for historic properties and an economic development master plan and studies. So those are our primary objectives as it relates for FY 24. Any questions in relationship to that? As we move forward.
Mayor,
Commissioner Kelly?
in your, thank you, in your positions, you're adding a part-time, making them full, and then you're adding a full-time altogether. The economic development manager is part-time now?
Actually, we just recently had the economic development plan manager come on board during this fiscal year. So when we started the fiscal year, we only had 4 positions. Now we have him as a 5th position. And we're looking to add an administrative assistant, which will create 6 positions within our department.
So, no, okay, so they're listed as part-time, so you made them full-time in the upcoming budget?
Yes, it will be full-time.
Is that because of the workload, or that was the intent all the time?
Well, the economic development position, that was something that we have been looking to add on for quite some time, and we were able to do that within the last fiscal year. In anticipation for the amount of new development that will be anticipated to come online this year, We feel that we need to have more staff in place in order to address questions from the public as well as to move documentation through the review process in a more expeditious fashion.
Okay, in the breakdown of advertisements, I'm assuming that's more related to requirements for your meetings. Is that what that's more related to?
It's in relationship to not just the requirements for the meetings, but also for different activities for workshops that we will have and where we want to encourage the general public to be a part of it.
Okay, that's why I'm asking that, because I know it was canceled because we had other things on the agenda. We're still waiting, I guess, at some point on the signage workshop, it was two of them, I forget.
It was
To make sure
paint,
that.
paint color,
Say it again?
the paint color
Paint and color,
workshop.
right, and I'm looking at your advertisement budget. That's why I'm asking what that entails. And you said 4 workshops are included, but those two in particular, in my opinion, really need to be quote unquote advertised. So I don't know how much more advertisement you're planning on doing with that line item. In addition to that, in addition to your zoning, your regular things. Yeah, how do you plan to advertise? Let me ask it that way, particularly for these hot button issues, the signage, the paint color for businesses. What's the plan for advertisement for that?
As it stands right now, we anticipate basically creating flyers and working very closely with code enforcement to get those flyers out to the public, whether it be to the residents, or in most cases where it comes to the certain meetings to our commercial and industrial properties. So we're going to be having them take those flyers out and distribute them in a manual basis. So for the most part, our advertisement has been somewhat through paperwork and word of mouth.
Okay, I'll defer to because I really wasn't on the lead of the house, the painting and the signage, but I think that advertisement alone needs to make sure the word gets out, because that's a very challenging issue of businesses and residents, for that matter, understanding what's required, the code or whatever. That's why I asked that question. The other question I had was on the commercial grants that you're proposing. What exactly are those grants that you're
Okay,
referring to?
commercial grants is a new line item that was added as it relates to the opera funds that were being allocated. We are looking to work with some of the commercial property owners that are outside of the CRA area. So they're outside of that area of impact and don't have a opportunity to participate with CRA funds. We found that there's a significant amount of commercial properties that are outside of that area. So we want to work with them and assist them with grant opportunities, facade improvement, and business assistance.
Okay, so whatever CRA can't cover, that's what that line item is for, to try to address that.
And that's dealing specifically just with the opera funds right now. We will probably, going into future years, have a set line item to address that on a continual
And the ARPA
basis.
funds, I think you got to spend before 26 or something like that.
Yes.
Okay.
Through the mayor to Commissioner Kelly. Yes, as a general matter, whenever we are made aware that the CRA is about to put forward a program, we try to create a budget line item to match it. So this is a budget line item in the Community Development Department to match the small business grants that are at some point in time going to go out from the CRA. So we didn't ever want a situation where a business goes to try to get a grant and they are told that they cannot get access to the same funding because their business sits outside the CRA. So that's the purpose of that line item.
Okay, so they go to CRA and CRA would just refer them over to the city because you got this line item.
Correct.
Okay.
Which is exactly how we're doing the rental and mortgage assistance.
Please don't mention that. Don't mention the rental. Vice Mayor's gonna, no, don't mention that.
Oh, yes, sir.
What happened? No, okay, so that I understand that. The other question I had, Mr. Gay dealt with the, and it's an ongoing concern I've had, when we have development and it gets developed, it's online, it's functioning, who goes back and monitors or checks every so often to make sure that they are doing, the facade is still done, the grass is still there? Who actually does that? Because that's one of the things I have seen historically over the years that gets neglected. It's pretty when we go cut the ribbon, it's pretty when we go out and whatever, but then I'm quite sure my colleagues see the same thing. 6 months later, a year later, it's nothing like what it was supposed to be. So who is responsible? Because I look into your document and it talks about reviewing projects after they're done. So is that a function of the economic development man? Whose function is that within the department to make sure that they're still in compliance, that they're still doing whatever it is that they're supposed to do? Who goes out and evaluates that and looks at it?
That will be a function within my department. We don't have one person specifically assigned to that. Most recently, we just added on a city planner. So that is something that we can probably put as a part of his responsibilities. As we have new developments, they are required to produce, as a part of the development agreement, an annual report to basically let us know where they are as it relates to management and maintenance of the property itself. Of course, code enforcement does their due diligence as it relates to monitoring properties and making sure that they are well maintained as well. But because those projects are relatively new projects that have come online, as a part of the development agreement, they're required to provide that report. And once they provide that particular report, we go out and make sure and visually inspect it ourselves.
Okay, well, I don't know whose function it is and who's going to be assigned, but when I see development that comes on, I don't know whether annual report, you get it or not, but when I ride by, it's nothing like it's, and I'm not talking some years later, I'm just, so whoever's supposed to be handling that, I think they need to, or your department, Mr. Manager, to your department head, that's the concern. Because it looks nothing like what we passed, what is supposed to be there. I know it's an agreement, shrubbery, flowers, mulch, whatever it is. But then 6 months later or a year later or whatever the time frame, it's nothing like that. So, and what you're telling me now is that's going to be a function of the planner?
Yes.
Okay, and the annual reports that are due get compiled in your office?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to suggest to my colleagues, I mean, at some point that we get some kind of report from the manager's office, whether it's quarterly as these things come on, or yearly, or however you want to do it, beginning of the fiscal year, so that we can make sure that they're in compliance, and that if they're not, we get them in compliance. I mean, code enforcement got a lot of other students that run around looking for business that they know they're supposed to be in compliance. And if you're getting a report, it's easy for you to see if you ride by there, whether they are not. So, I just want to put that, I don't know how my colleagues think about it, but that's something that needs to definitely be kept in mind, whoever's going to do that function. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, any other questions for community development? You, sir. Oh, thank you, Mr. Gay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is our Parks and Rec.
I think this was done by design.
She came up humming.
What happened?
She came up humming.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. Zanya Ray, Parks and Recreation Director. Our objectives for Parks and Rec for 2024 fiscal year is online applications, Parks and Recreation friendly website, online payment system, annual staffing, training, receive and begin implementation of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, opening the parks 7 days a week, continue to expand our sports and after-school program, continue to get the research for additional funding to add to our seniors program and to purchase a new bus for the seniors, implement a Parks and Recreation software, prepare for 2024, the Arabian Nights Festival, and to continue to successfully promote our sports program. Our head count of the budget for Parks and Recreation, we have a total of 8 full-timers, and we have a total of 13 positions that's available for Parks and Rec for part-time. Our expenses compensation for the fiscal year 24 is $1,060,586. Our operating expenses is $764,170,000. Improvements in other buildings, repairs, $100,000. Machinery and equipment, $20,000. Furniture and equipment, $3,000. Computer equipment, $10,000. And vehicle purchase of $150,000, which give us a total expense of $2,107,756. Next slide. Parks and Recreation operating expenses. Other professional services for the fiscal year 2024 is $76,000 in the professional services. Other contracted services will continue to be $5,000 from this fiscal year as well. Special events, we increase from $94,256 to $434,900, which is an increase of $340,644. Building repair and maintenance is for the fiscal year 24 is $2,000. Pool maintenance, we went from $15,650 to $15,750. Programming, we went from $84,513 to $205,150. Uniforms will be $3,000 for the fiscal year 2024. Miscellaneous, we increased from $14,670 to $22,370, which gives us a total operating expenses of $764,170, with an increase of $492,101. Our Parks and Recreation special events, we have Arabian Nights for the fiscal year for 2024 is $250,000. The Easter egg hunt, we increased from $1,500 to $2,500 for the fiscal year 2024. The Martin Luther King walk is $35,000. July 4th was gonna be $40,000. Track invitational meet, we didn't do this year, but we project for 2024, $3,500. Christmas tree lighting, we have $5,000 there. For the Christmas toy giveaway, we have $4,601 in the fiscal year 2023, and we increased to $6,000. Halloween fun night was $4,655. We went up 145, so it went up to $4,800. The back to school book bags, we estimate $20 per bag. So we kept it at $4,000 for the upcoming new fiscal year. Also Black History, we kept at $2,000. Ride for Life, we went to $1,000 from $2,000. Community Chess Tournament, we went from $1,000 that was budgeted for this year to $6,000. So it's an increase of $5,000. Karaoke night, we had $10,000, but we went to $5,000. Also commission discretionary funding is $50,000. Memorial Day pool party is $1,600. Opa-locka is $25,000, which was $400 last year, and we increased it by $24,600. The birthday celebration was 15, is gonna be 15,000. Juneteenth will be 10,000. And details not available. There's nothing there. So we kept it as 35,600 for the fiscal year of 2023.
Mayor,
Kelly?
thank you. Let me back up. I didn't want to stop you when you started. Let me go back to the staffing, because I know some of these are part-time and some of these are summer. After the summer is over, how many positions will there be total? I know I see proposed 14, which is an increase, but in terms after the summer program, how many park staff will there be total?
Well, after the summer, we will have 2 of our summer aides that we're gonna transition over to part-time Parks and Rec leaders, and they are school teachers. So they're gonna be more assistance with us as far as making sure our after-school program, we have 2 teachers on staff.
No, okay, I'm not saying what they do. I'm just saying, I see the layout. You got the coordinator, you got a superintendent, secretary, bus shop. I got that. I got the supervisors at all the parks. I see rec leaders, and then I see rec leaders part-time going cross, 3, 2, and 2, and then I see the summer folks. So the summer recreation aides on both sides, they'll be gone, but 2 of them will be retained as part of staffing. They'll be part-time, but they'll be staffing. And then the lifeguards are part-time
As well.
as well. So in terms of total staffing, that's what I'm trying to get at, the number of people, 3, 5, 8. So you'd have 10 staff folks, not counting supervisors or senior folks.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay, I'm looking at how you're programming. And again, that's why I say, by design, because I know parks is dear to me and I'm kind of tired, so I'm trying to do this fast. I'm not sure because I don't know how we're going to cover or what's the plan for, what is that, the tot lot down on Magnolia North, because I know there's some discussion about having staff down there. I know we clean it and cut it, but we're not planning on putting staff down there in this fiscal year's budget, right?
No,
Not staffing it at all.
no.
Okay, so the staffing is going to be at Ingram, Shabandi, and Siegel for the most part.
Yes.
Okay, and so I got that because I'll make sure that that's the case. I would just hope we would maybe look at one more part-time person for the department, because we have so many things that are going on. And with the rentals of the facilities, a lot of the events that we're having, if we all recall, even for bingo the other night, we were stretched out then because a lot of things were going on. I don't know what the cost for part-time, so I'll leave it up to the manager and the director to kind of let us know what that be. Black History Month, it was only $2,000 allocated for Black History Month. In my opinion, we need, to my colleagues, we need to increase that. And we need to really do more for Black History Month. I think I saw it listed as 2,000, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
I'd like to see that go up at least a couple of thousand to 4. To my colleagues, Mr. Manager, that's a suggestion for Black History Month. I'm not saying what we're going to actually be doing, but I just think the line item needs to be increased, and we need to really do more. We haven't done a whole lot in the last few years regarding Black History Month, and being a city of our history and culture, we need to really remind folks of that. And the other thing is our movie night. I know what's going on, I see it is coming back. I'm glad to see that. And you also mentioned about a seniors bus. I don't know if you said getting a new one or what was that? To get a new bus, is that the hope, the plan, looking at?
Yes, getting an extra new bus that is large enough for the increase of the number of participants that we have got within the last couple of months.
Now, would that be a school bus? Would that be, because I know they don't like to get on the school bus. So what kind of bus are we talking about?
We're looking at a charter bus, like a smaller charter bus that holds at least 40 to 37 passenger vehicle.
The one you have now is. Mr. Mayor, you said
24.
something? No, Mr. Mayor, you said, because you got your.
No, I was gonna, yeah, I was just gonna ask, were we leasing the bus that we have now? Can we trade it in?
Well, that's what I'm asking. You're saying that we need a bigger one because it's not big enough, or we're using?
No, the bus is
Because I've
not big
heard
enough.
that it's got issues or something. I don't know if
Yeah.
that's true or not. I'm just asking.
So it's not big enough. Everything that they was complaining about has been repaired.
Okay, but the bus we have now does accommodate. Can you put-
24.
Can you put a wheelchair in there? No.
No,
Okay.
it only holds 24, and if the seniors come with their walkers, that take away like 2 seats.
Well, that's what I'm asking. When you send a charter bus, isn't that gonna be even more challenging?
No, they have space on the bus that you could put the walkers under the bottom.
The one that you're proposing to get?
Yes,
Okay, and what? You're pricing that now, or you're quoting that now to look at it?
yes, I'm quoting it now.
Okay, and the reason I'm asking that because you anticipate more people, but I didn't see an increase or potential for staffing, or do you just plan to take part-time rec leaders to assist? Because if you've got more people you're picking up, that's even more people to watch or whatever, go on the field trips or whatever they're doing. That's why I'm asking that question. This is when the budget process, that's the best time to capture. Because you go out and you do get a bus that works, and now you got, what you said, 47, 42 seniors can get on. You still only got one coordinator or whatever, so that's why I'm asking the question about the staffing and potential, maybe a part-time person, not to just call them the seniors assistant. They could be a rec leader, but function that capacity is needed. That's why I'm bringing it up now. I guess you can let us know, the manager can let us know how that would work, but I want to make sure we're going that route. We cover the base, or at least have an idea of where it is. In the book bag, because I know we're talking already about back to school, $20 per bag. Is this in conjunction with the whole big thing that we're probably doing
Yes,
for back to school, whatever?
yes.
Okay. Well, let me just go ahead and put out there, Mr. Mayor. The MLK walk is proposed for 3,500. I'd like to see that up
Do how much?
to like 5. We can do Congo for 25.
That's-
Mr.
Again, we could just, I mean, I'm just like, we can't do 5, that's fine. But I know a lot of times trying to get people and trying to really expand it, a lot of folks don't want to do stuff free, and even getting t-shirts, normally
Yeah,
just get the
because-
straight bland t-shirt. So I'd like to try to enhance it. If possible, we could raise that to 5. I'm definitely gonna try to go out and get sponsorships, but just during the budget process, I wanted to mention it.
And
I'm sorry, go ahead.
no, since you're on that, because something wasn't mentioned, National Day of Prayer. Can we
I
add
was
that?
getting to that.
Oh, you was getting that? Okay.
I'll do that. So Coach Bass would give me the look. Yeah, I was getting to the National Day of Prayer.
Prayer.
Yeah, if that could be included in there. I mean, it's not a whole lot, but at least maybe 1,500 for National Day of Prayer that's not listed, but definitely MLK, if we could raise that to 5, Mr. Manager. Yeah, we could do that. And Ingram Park, of course, we're gonna have it open, and we'll be working towards some other stuff to get funding for that. But those are the ones that jump out right now. We'll wait on the bus, because I know that was an issue with the seniors. Is there anything in this budget for the fence that you did at Ingram that transferred the money to get done at Siegel in this budget?
That's a capital improvement project. Capital improvement project, and yes, it is budgeted.
That's coming in the next presentation?
Yes, and see, well, whenever CIP comes, you'll see that.
I didn't hear, I'm sorry.
CIP, it's in the CIP presentation.
Okay, all right, I just want to make sure it's not lost. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Well, only thing I had was a National Day of Prayer, and when you said that, so $1,500, Mr. Bob, for National Day of Prayer, and I think Commissioner Barnes. That was yours too, okay. And where you have the ride for life, can you just change it to bike ride?
Okay.
So, and you had something,
I do.
go ahead.
I don't see on here our homecoming. I think it should have, the football homecoming should have a line item. Even though the city doesn't usually pick up most of the expenses for it. I think it should be there as a add-on so that I don't have to work so hard.
What? It's not listed as a part of your football or whatever you
I
want
was
to call it. Not
looking
listed
to
there
see it.
for homecoming expenses?
No, it's not. I didn't see it.
It's in the football line item. That's $26,000. I believe that's excuse me, $31,000.
I see 31,000.
Yes.
I think the question is, Mr. Manager, I guess she's saying it's not broken down to make sure that the homecoming part is there, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so you got 31 total. So are you saying 5 is allocated for homecoming?
Mr. Anathan, can you give us the allocation for homecoming out of the 31,000?
I don't see it. I didn't bring my glass.
It was, Bob Anthony, it was not divided this year, but in the FY23 budget that was broken down to including banquets and award ceremonies. So it's in there implicitly, but not explicitly for FY24.
What's the amount?
I'd have to go check the FY23. I'll get back on that one.
Let's increase it to 5.
Thank you.
Yes.
If I may also, we just recently, after gazillions of years, got 2 new buses, vans for Park and Rec. And this is because I'm there. I see football days, track days and stuff. We have to put those coolers on the vans. Maybe we could have the hitch installed on the back and buy a little trailer. They're not that expensive to put on the back where we can put the heavy stuff, the coolers, the cases of waters and sodas that we transport for them when we're traveling with those kids to other games. We could look at a price.
We could also look
those.
at having the racks on the top, transportation racks on the top.
We got short people in Parks and Rec, but okay, hey, everybody not sitting on it.
I'll put it up there for you guys.
Yes.
Wow. One, I think Parks and Rec is all of our favorite one. We took out the fitness program for the FY24?
No, that's a part of programming.
It's a part of programming. Okay, and then the other thing I was gonna ask, can we, because we have a lot of sports, but a different caliber of programming to add to our parks, can we allow a dollar amount to that? So let's just say we want to do karate, we want to do tutoring classes, ESOL classes, courses like that. So no, we're not.
We can.
Thank you.
They don't.
But
Kids have to have a breather too.
But it's not always about children. See, you have a different age group that also wants to enjoy the parks.
Mr. Mayor,
But
Mr.
you
Mayor,
have to give them programming, but all of our parks cater to little kids. But what about millennials? What about
these
the
kids are in school
middle
all day.
I
They
understand,
wanna-
I understand what you're saying, but I want to add programming for a different age group because all of our parks has to cater to all age groups, not just children. That's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. Can we add an allotment for just in case we want to bring a different caliber of programming?
As long as you promise to bring your daughter to some of these programmings.
Now that
I
y'all have
did.
had your
Well,
sidebar,
I don't know why we throwing shots, Vice Mayor. It is a shot because that wasn't even necessary.
Mayor and to
It
Vice
wasn't
Mayor, if I could
necessary.
just
That was not necessary.
interject something here before we all pass out without food.
Huh? But it wasn't
The
necessary.
playground, it's listed as renovation, and I asked this in the meeting when we're talking about Ingram Park. is this renovation, is this replacing the playgrounds, or is this other stuff? Is this the playground replacements for Ingram and Shabandi?
Yes, is to replace the whole system.
The whole system? Then based on the numbers I heard today, Mr. Manager, I'm not sure there's enough money. Because what I was told was that and again, this is because to make them ADA compliant, the shade over the top, 21st century, to make them where they ought to be. That the one for Shabandi was going to cost us almost 100,000, and the one for Ingram would cost us 70 or somewhere around it. Now I know that potentially maybe another agency might be helping out. I'm not getting to that, but if we're funding this in a line item, is that enough? I'd rather see it in there, and if we have to do it as the city without anyone else, at least we get both of them done. I'm not sure this is enough based on what
I'm in agreement, Commissioner.
what
The equipment that we wanted.
4 times tonight. You know what? I'm gonna quit while I'm ahead. Thank you, sir. If we could, Mr. Manager, I guess allocate, I think based on what I was told, 70, 75 in Ingram, almost 100 from what I was told. And again, you all can come back to us on Monday and give us whatever your final projections to make sure, because the playground issue has been another one that'll come up a lot and meet me Monday. So we can bring them into compliance, ADA compliant, the shade over the top, really nice. That would be good. So since it's a budget process, and we could add whatever you all feel necessary to get the 2 amounts, I think probably at least another 15 or 20 based on what I was told, but y'all can come back and let us know. So we have 2 new ADA compliant playground systems or whatever for both sides. I'm really, my colleagues, I don't know how y'all think about that, but since we're in the budget process. Y'all say something.
I'm good. I agree.
Y'all still back on y'all programming issue.
I don't have any issues.
I have.
We gonna all be okay.
The Parks and Recreation programs, we have the after-school program, which was $11,800 for fiscal year 2023. Fiscal year 2024, we went to 13,000, which is an increase of 1,200. Out-of-school camp, we got $1,250 for the fiscal year for 2024. The football program is 31,000, which was an increase of $5,000. For the fiscal year of 2024, for basketball would be 4,400, which is an increase of $2,627. Track and field was 7,440 for this year. So for the fiscal year for 2024, it will be 6,000, a decrease of 1,440. Baseball Little League is 2,700. For cheerleading, it went to 4,800 from 500. So the increase was 4,300. Soccer program, we got 3,500. So for the fiscal year, we're gonna stay at the same fee. For drama program, for the fiscal year of 2024 will be 5,000. Senior services was 22,500. The increase for fiscal year 2024 is $122,500, which is an increase of $100,000. Summer camp was 11,000, and the fiscal year for 2024 would be 11,000. So they give us a total of 205,150 for the fiscal year of 2024.
And Madam Department Chair, we didn't cover Thanksgiving. Can we add an allotment for Thanksgiving? For Turkey Drive?
If I may, Mr. Mayor. Track and field is a pretty big sport for us. Why did we go $1,400 less?
Because we didn't do the invitation this year.
Okay,
Because most of your costs for track is that we have to get with Dade County School Board to rent their facility for their track and field and host it there, and we're required for hiring their school police to maintain the security of that facility.
okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, any other questions or concerns for Parks and Rec?
I-
Go ahead.
I do, I'm sorry. This $100,000, is that for the bus for the seniors?
If additional programming
Okay.
as
I'm
well.
Sorry, okay, you might have said it, I missed it. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
That's the question.
That's not enough.
For additional program for the seniors?
Yes,
And in addition to the bus?
yes.
Oh, okay. That makes you opening a bar. All right, very good. Thank you.
All right, Public Works is next.
What? Yeah, public work. There's somebody better go get us some shoes.
Mr. Manager, how many more? I can-
This is it, sir.
This is the last one?
This is the last one.
No,
Oh, CIP, two more. Two more.
So CIP and IT are the last ones. Okay, if you don't mind, the objectives we got, we know the mission, we know everything, so just get to the meat and potatoes.
So you do not want to go, Area Austin Public Works Director? You do not want to go over the objectives?
We know to make sure the city is perfect and clean, we got it. It's the
Okay.
same every year. Go ahead.
Well.
But give us a brief synopsis.
A brief on the Public Works Administration. One of our objectives is to implement a work order management system so we could better monitor and track all of the requests and projects that we do on a daily basis.
And for your Public Works, this vehicle maintenance, that's right. Public Works, page 72. No, that's finance. One second, because we're trying to get where you are. Got it. All right,
We're Public Works Administration.
okay. With a total of five.
Yes.
Okay.
I could go to next unless you have any questions.
Mr. Mayor, you was asking a question about staffing?
Yeah, because I was, five.
Yeah, that's right. So you only have 5 people in your division?
In the administrative section. Remember, we have 8 sections
Oh, this is
comprising Public
administrative
Works.
section. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Go ahead.
If no questions on the funding aspect of it, I could go to the next section.
We're leasing vehicles
Yes.
for the administrative side.
Administrative staff, yes. Like operations manager and superintendent.
Oh. And that's actually an increase.
It's been quite some time since Public Works acquired any new vehicles.
So these are new trucks, I mean, these are.
These are lease vehicles.
Wow,
Yeah.
new lease trucks for,
Yes, for Public Works, yes.
no, I mean, like these field trucks or, I mean, they're just working
They
water,
work,
sewer, I mean, where are they at? That's where they're gonna be at, that's what I'm asking.
this relates only to the administrative section, and then we would identify them as we move on to the other sections. We're currently speaking to the administrative section of Public Works.
No, I got that part. I'm just saying the
And-
off lease, because it's actually a increase. So you're saying you haven't had any vehicles in a while, or the ones you got are just,
They're at the end of life cycle, yes, sir.
okay. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
The next section is Public
Uh,
Works.
code enforcement can't get one of them, or,
There,
I'm trying to keep you out of wake.
so Public Works, roads and sidewalks objective is to continue the pothole program, which is ongoing. Proactive sidewalk repair program and the continual installation of high intensity lights to address the dark spots within the city limits. The manpower there is four individuals. That stays static. Any questions on that section?
Wait, so that is contracted out, it's not done through Public Works?
The street lighting?
No, the street maintenance, pothole maintenance.
No,
Oh,
that's
through
done,
beautification?
that's done by Public Works Roads and Streets. Roads and sidewalks. That's still a division under the Public Works Department.
I am so confused. So what you went over was just Public Works Administration?
Administration, yes.
Okay. Oh, so you have several divisions. Got it. Okay, I'm sorry. Keep going.
Machinery and equipment here is a new backhoe for to help us with the sidewalk program. If no questions,
Roads and sidewalks.
Mr. Mayor, on the other contracted services, since this is just roads and sidewalks, we don't anticipate any new needs for services, because you decreased it quite a bit from the 2023 forecast. And even I see with your rentals and leases, you just kept, well, you actually took it out. So you don't anticipate that at all?
some of that went with the beautification section.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Any questions?
No.
Fleet maintenance objectives is to have a more robust maintenance plan. As you heard earlier today, the chief of police spoke to the fact that to reduce costs for outside maintenance, we're going to try and bring some of those services in-house to better service the equipment and reduce costs. And to speed up the process of vehicle repairs, we would like to put out a competitive bid for parts vendors so we're not constantly shopping parts for every repair that we make. We reduced staffing level on this division by 1. And that was for a mechanic. Since we're now leasing, we didn't see the need to have such an aggressive fleet shop in the mechanic arena.
So, Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Kelly.
under the fleet maintenance, and I'm looking at that division, you're decreasing it by, I guess, 1. You're
Yes.
planning on bringing in-house the police vehicle maintenance, I guess, for vehicles, but aren't they under lease?
They're on the lease, such things as the wear items, brakes, tires, batteries, and oil changes are now done by a third-party vendor at a substantial cost. So we would like to reduce that cost by.
So
bringing-
those items are no longer under the lease agreement?
It's under the lease agreement, but it's maintenance. Maintenance is not a part of the lease per se. It's a side contract to the lease services.
That we went out and got, or that was part of
That
the
was-
lease agreement?
That was a part of the lease agreement, yes,
So now that part is over, we're gonna try to do it in-house to save money.
correct.
Okay, okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Solid waste services, in addition to what beautification is doing. The hope is for us to reestablish the transfer station. To try and, again, this is the third aspect of trying to reduce our illegal dumping by having the residents, providing the residents with a place to locally dispose of their yard waste and other bulk materials. The solid waste transfer station will be constructed soon. And we will develop programs to motivate residents to come to the transfer station rather than dumping illegally.
So are we talking, Ms. Mayor? Thank you. Are we talking about the location we have now?
The previous location, however, we have to meet DERM guidelines. We have to build it out with the impervious floor level.
But I'm saying the same location that we have.
Same location that we have.
And
yes.
we won't have any trouble with the county on that?
Prior to making this decision, we gave the county an overview of our intentions, and they told us to go ahead with it.
So it's gonna cost us less with our MOU, because they're taking that, I mean, and how's that gonna work?
We may see an increased cost because now we will be collecting more materials through the county.
We may see an increase?
With Miami-Dade County. The collection services will be provided by Miami-Dade County.
Okay, so we're gonna have our folks now can come there,
Yes,
but the county's gonna be one collecting
collecting the waste, yes.
okay, and we are going, you said build it out. I got the Durham requirement part. I got that
Yeah.
part. So we're gonna actually start running our own transfer station again?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I'm assuming somewhere in here, we haven't got to it yet, that cost is built in. I see you say promote the use, so I'm assuming there's a whole program package, staffing, whatever, for this
Yes.
and hours of operation.
We intend to operate it 7 days a week with shorter hours on the weekends.
Say again, I'm sorry.
7 days per week with shorter hours on the weekends.
Okay, and that's what, hiring additional staffing?
Hiring additional staff, 2 additional staff members. After the build out is complete, so they're not in the budget. Right
Also, they're
now,
not in the budget.
not right now.
Well, so why wouldn't it be in the budget if you're building out and you know you're gonna do it? You've already got approval from the,
It's in the budget, but it's not programmed to, they're not programmed to be hired until after the completion of the station.
so okay, so they're reflected in the numbers, but we're not gonna hire them until later?
Yeah, they were programmed to offset the cost until May. May is when we intend to hire those individuals, and that's to the projected date for completing the facility.
Next May, next
Yes.
year, May.
Yes,
So you kind of prorated the cost of that employee salary or whatever it is.
Correct.
For
until,
them.
yes,
Because you anticipate to build out by then to have it function.
correct.
Okay, and I'm assuming in the meantime, there's gonna be some marketing, promotion, all that stuff. But the bottom line, the cost that we're gonna see increase from the county collecting is because that's the only way they're gonna let us do it, or that's cheaper than having some private vendor do it?
Well, right now, the cost for illegal dumping is captured by the beautification department. Now, we're hopeful that this now, instead of illegal dumping, we will be able to collect this material at the transfer site, and the county will be responsible for hauling that material.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Manager.
thank you. Through the mayor to Commissioner Kelly, I just want to give Mr. Austin a bit of a helping hand here in his explanation. One of the challenges that we faced as a city is then the illegal dumping. And so one of the things that I looked at to for all of us across multiple departments to make a decisions when we were formulating the illegal dumping task force is to kind of find out what is the source of our issue. And one of the things that we found, I did, follow the money, right? So we started looking at how much money was being spent by each city manager on illegal dumping. And it all tracked back to where the county mandated that we close our transfer station. So what we found was there was no place there. So currently there's no place within the city limits of the city of Opa-locka for residents or even businesses to come and dump their trash. And if you track the time that the county mandated our transfer station be closed to the skyrocketing cost, 1 year was in excess of $1 million for illegal dumping. It tracks right back to that moment. So we've been negotiating with the county to allow us to reopen our transfer station as part of our illegal dumping task force to kind of address our beautification concerns, provide a place for residents to come and dump their trash and businesses, and negotiate that the county haul the trash. We do have staff within the budget. I know at least 2 staff members have been allocated for the transfer station, and it is a budgeted line item. So I hope that helps.
No, I thank you. I kind of gather what you're saying. I would just want to know from the county side, because we had the MOU. So they're going to pick up whatever's there. So that's kind of an aside of why they probably agreeing to it. But you indicated it would be a slight increase because of it. But that's part of the trade-off we're having to do, I guess.
Yes, sir.
For having it in-house. But the bottom line is they're not going to come on board, or we're not going to actually see that cost of staffing until it gets built out and it's functioning.
That's correct.
Okay, how that build out looks or what it's going to look like, is that going to come before the commission to see how that looks, or you're using some kind of best model from some other city, or how's that going to work?
We model it from another city, but it's going to come through a capital improvement section.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'll wait till capital improvement gets up here. I'll ask that question. Thank you, sir. Keep
Okay,
going.
sir. If no more questions, I'll move to the next one, which is going to be our enterprise fund divisions. And the first one is our water distribution, and our objectives are that on the one? Okay, I'll go back to that. People's Transportation Plan, the community bus is for, right now it's for the single service. And that's currently budgeted for 2024 at $700,000 for funding the circulator for the routes that we have right now.
But there's no trolley in there. I mean, there's no transportation vehicle change. It's the same ones we got.
Just the shuttle style buses. We looked at the costs for operating the trolleys, and it's a significant increase.
If I could, I'd just like to know what it is at some point. 'Cause I really don't like those tour buses, and I ride around other cities and they got those nice buses with their pictures and all of that. I know we can't do it now, but I just like to know what that cost is.
Understood.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Back to the distribution section. One of our objectives is to implement the rate study once it's approved by the commission, and continue aggressive pursuit of water leaks within the system to keep our water loss rates below the industrial average, which is 10. We are currently down to 8%. And that's a great accomplishment for us, and we want to continue with that level. And we would also like to increase the level of fire hydrant maintenance and the replacement of missing hydrant and inoperable hydrants in the system. In our distribution section, you would see some anticipated increases for the purchase of water. And that's something that the county, after they trued up their operating costs, we saw an increase for those services. Here again, we're buying some equipment to assist us in completing those tasks at hand. Next section would be our wastewater collection and wastewater collection system. Objective is to work with property owners to correct private property issues. This is mostly in the commercial corridor. We have 2 of our pump stations that are continuously failing the annual flow testing. And it's not because of our lack of maintenance. We have completely done a comprehensive maintenance efforts to our system. However, because of private property not taking the initiative to repair their collection systems, we're seeing extraneous flows into our system that is causing these two of our stations to fail, and they remain on the moratorium. Our intent is to get those stations out the moratorium by next fiscal year.
Excuse me, quick
Yeah.
question through the mayor. The obstruction, is it coming from public or private properties?
Private property.
Thanks.
We would like to allow our pump stations to appear more attractive in the communities which they reside. And we're going to be changing the landscaping because we have a challenge in keeping the grass green around the pump stations. So we're going to move to zero-scape landscaping around some of our pump stations. We're going to do it as a pilot project and see how it turns out before we address all 19 stations.
Is that the same, Mr. Mayor? Is that the same with the odor control, the pilot program for that?
That's separate. The pilot program, this is going to target our master pump station. The adjacent neighbors are very tired of the smell that emanates from the facility. So we are going to test a system that should mitigate the odors.
And
Not
how
all
does
of it,
that
but
testing work? I mean, how long would, what's the process for testing? How long does it take?
well, it's a machine that has a microbial approach to dealing with the odors.
So we're not sure that it will work.
We've seen it in operation in other cities and almost smell like flowers. But
Okay, is that a machine that moves around or is it a stationary machine?
it's stationary to the facility.
Because you mentioned the master station, which I understand, but
Master station is the station right now. It's almost out of control odor problem.
yeah, well, the one over by Siegel, well, all of them, sometimes depending on what may go on,
Right.
you have that challenge with it. That's what I'm asking you. So the one that you test pilot, whatever, that's stationary.
That's
So if it's
stationary.
something that works, so we think will work, then I guess we'll look at other areas.
Correct.
But the master station probably is the biggest one, so that's the.
That's
When you
going to
start-
be our test benches. And the
Okay.
second pilot program is for several areas in our city where we have multifamily dwellings there's a lot of fats, oil and grease being dumped down the drains. I know we educate the customers, but it's still evident in our collection system, and it results in a lot of backups and sometimes sanitary sewer overflows. So to mitigate those problems, we are going to be piloting another system that would address the fats, oil and grease that builds up in our lines.
I know you called me name.
No,
I
you-
believe in protocol.
Commissioner Kelly, go ahead.
Where are you gonna test this? Where's that gonna take place? Cause I always hear about the apartment complexes and
This apartment complex, but more so it's for our service area 6, which also has the quick stop in it. And that's a serious contender for fats, oil and grease. Right now they're under
that, what, on 30th?
on 30th Avenue, yes.
Oh, okay.
But that whole service area is has a high level of fats, oil and grease
And that
contamination.
goes down to the department level, because I
Yes.
always hear that about the grease, oil, everything down the system that clogs it up, that
Yes.
backs
sir.
up. Okay,
Yes, sir.
so that's what this is.
This
intended to-
is going to address that to help mitigate those problems.
So it's just like the odor. We've seen it other places. We're trying to see if it'll work here.
Yes.
Oh, okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And another initiative is to seek grants to upgrade our infrastructure. As you're aware, Bob made you aware that this particular fund is underwater at this time, so we have to be careful how we work at trying to resolve some of the concerns in this section.
So it is the belief that the water rate study increase at some point will
Should help us out somewhat.
alleviate the heartburn that you're now feeling.
Yes, sir.
That was a nice way of saying it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, again, here, and I just gonna point out to the high increase here in the water section, in the wastewater treatment section. We have another high level increase here because of again, the county processing our wastewater. During the true up, they told us that we are going to be they're going to be increasing the costs for our upcoming fiscal year. And the remaining is just the cost of doing business, unless you have any questions.
Okay. Any questions for Public Works?
Service line repair and maintenance objective is to repair meter boxes. This is an initiative that has gone a long way. We are, in addition to replacing meter boxes, we're maintaining the meters, so we remove dirt. So the county readers have access to service and repair and read our meters on an ongoing basis. We are at the same time repairing any leaks to service lines as identified by us or the county as they go through their daily task of reading the meters. And there we are going to support the county more with that initiative. As required by the EPA, we have to inventory all of the lead service lines within our distribution system. And that's something that is due in the upcoming years. And we starting that process aggressively. It not only includes the service lines within the city limits, but also in our water distribution service areas, which goes to the north would be Miami Gardens up to 154, and to the south it would be Nichols, which goes as far as 119, and then the college further down. To try and be conservative to the status of our division, we removed one position from this division. which is the service line meter maintenance. In here, Bob shows the cost for litigation from the class action suit. And the other highlighted item is our debt service. Any questions on this? Which brings us to the last division of our section, and the most solvent division is the stormwater section. We aim to be in full compliance with the MS4 program, which is addressing all of our stormwater runoff and illegal dumping into our canal systems. We're currently conducting a 5-year assessment of our storm drain system by video evaluation of the drainage system. At the same time, we're doing an in-depth cleaning of those collection systems. We are going to develop inventory of our drainage collection systems, because at this time, we do not know the extent of the number of inlets in our system. So during the evaluation process, the company that's doing it is also collecting the data for how many inlets we have in the system and the number of feet of exfiltration line. We are going to evaluate. That's not in the wrong place. Future enhanced county canal maintenance. If this cannot be accomplished by the county, which contract has 2 more years, we're seeking to put this program out to bid, so we could be a little more finite with the control of the cleaning process of our citywide canals.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. The canal maintenance has 2 more years in the contract with the county?
Yes.
Okay. When you say it further enhanced, I mean, we're gonna actually do something different, something more, something.
Right now, we do a quarterly cleanings of the canals and monthly aesthetic maintenance in the areas where we have a high volume of litter. So.
Okay, so we're gonna do well, we do the monthly, that's what you're saying.
No, they do the
They come
monthly
in
as
with
well.
the little truck, I call it,
Yeah,
monthly, and do the enhancement. And they
yes.
still do the
Quarterly
quarterly.
deep cleaning of the invasive weeds and cleaning any litter, finding vehicles and bicycles and things of that
And
nature.
who
in
do
the
we
canal.
have that kind of make sure they're doing that they do that and you know?
We now have a stormwater supervisor dedicated to those efforts.
So we now have a supervisor that's their responsibility?
Yes, sir.
Because I see them out, but I don't always see that, you know, when they come out, from the county.
Yeah.
That they really do a good job. So, okay, so we got someone now that's supposed to actually go out and
Yes, sir.
make sure that they're doing whatever. Okay, and the same thing applies for what, you know, for the monthly thing too.
Correct.
Okay, all right.
And
Based on what Commissioner Kelly was saying, because I too had a concern about that. Are they in charge of Ingram Park as a whole?
they're in
The lake
charge.
as a whole?
Well, Ingram Park, remember, it's only half of the lake is the responsibility of the city of Opa-locka. The other half belongs to Sailboat Cove.
So the boats and that are discarded and the watercrafts and the weeds, and who cuts that?
The county does that for the section that belongs to the city.
Which is the one on the
Northeast.
northeast side?
Yeah.
And Sailboat Cove?
Sailboat Cove is responsible for the other side. That borders their property up to the center of the lake.
Okay. All right, thank you.
While the mayor's gathering his thoughts, northeast,
Yeah.
you mentioned that the county is responsible.
Sorry, and then the northwest section, sorry. Northwest section, northeast, it goes into the county on that side.
That's the unincorporated.
That's the Wilmington Street side,
That's the
further
side,
down.
yes, further down. Yes.
Okay, so they don't go on the Wilmington Street side along that area. They don't go there at all.
No, sir.
They come down the middle where Ingham Park is.
Right.
And when they get to the open, you're saying Sailboat Cove has responsibility to the right.
Yes,
And when you go further out, that's really the county.
that's a county, yes.
So for our purposes, it's really just a strip along the park.
Along
And
the
then
park.
Sailboat Cove has to the right.
Yes, sir.
Interesting.
That is
Okay,
interesting.
Mr. Mayor.
It's very interesting because, yeah, okay.
And they hold fast to those rules. The county does.
But
Because
even
they consider that private property and they cannot access private property.
Even though the lake is city property, they
The
can't.
lake, only part of the lake is city property.
So Sailboat Cove owns the shore, well,
The shore and down the center as well. 50 feet into the water
That's
from the land.
interesting. And then what about their part in unincorporated day, which borders it would be Cuyahoga on the other
On the
side,
other side,
because they don't.
right now, they do not clean that.
My point, but that's county.
That's considered South Florida Water Management District responsibility.
That's why I left it alone.
All right, keep going, man. Leave it go. But it is rather high on
Yeah.
our side. But okay, we got
Okay.
you. Thank you.
Next item is the resolution of the retention pond issues with the Glorietta Apartments, and we're working to mitigate those as you're aware.
Okay,
And provide flooding and incident support as we see fit during any storm events. This is the employees in this section stayed pretty static. With oversight, we reduced 2/10 of employee requirement, but otherwise, it's a pretty solid section.
All right. The other contracted services that you're actually increasing, what is that really, what's that due to? What do you anticipate?
This is a combination of the county maintenance of our canals and the ongoing evaluation of our storm drain systems. It's anticipated to be a 5-year program.
Wow. Okay. I see there's no educational in there for y'all at all. Y'all just on your own. Took out your education money altogether. All right.
We're
Thank
gonna
you, Mr. Mayor.
capitalize on that this year.
okay. You-
Okay, that's
right.
it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Adelina, you're up.
Good evening.
Good night.
I didn't want to say it. So. Adelina Gross, Capital Improvement Manager. So you want me to go over objectives for this department? They're short.
Just get to the meat and potatoes. We got.
Okay, so the first slide that you have there is the CIP management. The department only has 3 staff and the total expense is 264,161. Miscellaneous costs includes signage, notices to residents and barricades and some other MOTs equipment that we may need during the year. Other professional services. This is including surveys for the parks, for any other services that we may have to do during the year. And also includes the study for the ADA compliance that has been requested by the commission. Rental and leases, that's printers. And operating expenses, that's basically the day-to-day operations of the department. Main says that if we do have to contract a contractor because there is additional work that needs to be done, so it goes through that line item. And educational costs, that's for certifications. Next slide, please. And yes, so this is the Safe Neighborhood on CIP overview. We have a total allocated funding for 9,698,000. And from the next slide, I'm gonna be providing the breakdown for each one of those projects. Resurfacing improvements as directed by the City Commission, we are going to be focusing on fiscal year 24 on residential areas. This is going to be possible because we are going to be actually starting next week the assessment for citywide road assessment. So we will have the priorities and the conditions of each one of the roads by the end of the summer. So we will have the list of all the streets. County Treat Program, this is the grant that we received from Miami-Dade County. And the program is usually 100,000 with a 25% match. That will be the 25,000 that the city will be providing to this project. As you can see, you can find here Cairo Lane, which has two, one that comes from Safe Neighborhood and the other one that comes from Total Multifund. And I will be explaining that later on, but Cairo Lane, this is for the roads and the streets, and that will be 1,605,000. Questions?
The
This,
Say it again.
this is the final
yeah,
fix.
yeah, 5,696 is the total for this project, but it's divided on along multiple funds.
Okay,
And it's anticipated to be complete
This year, this next fiscal year.
in the next fiscal year.
Yes.
Before the year's over, next fiscal year's over.
That's the goal. Completing Cairo Lane next fiscal year before the year is over.
Vice President, gonna be like, I gotta ask the question. Okay.
Yes, of course.
The hope is for the next fiscal year,
Yeah.
because Caroline, get asked a lot of questions. Okay.
Yeah,
But we're funding it with the hope that it'll be finished by then.
yes.
Okay.
but you said the 5 million is coming from different,
It's coming
parts,
from
okay.
different sources. From Safe Neighborhood in specific is 1,605.
okay, perfect, okay.
And there is a line item for demolition. This is for unsafe structures around the city that needs to be demolished, or because either they are being habitated or they can harm any resident. And we have 400,000 allocated for that line. Historic City Hall, as you can see, you have 871,000 allocated to this budget for next fiscal year. The reason for that is because part of this budget is going to be spent during this fiscal year. And since that project already started, the part of the project is going to be spent on this fiscal year, and the rest of the budget is going to be spent by December this year.
I'm sorry, Mr. Manager, as it relates to the demolition of derelict properties around the city, the $400,000. Once we expend those funds to demolish those buildings, do we have a next step? Do we foreclose? Do we lien? How do we recoup that money back?
That's a great discussion, Mr. Mayor, for the commission to have. The next step that we take as the administration is to calculate how much money we spent on demolishing the property and then put a lien on that property. But that does not address how do we get this property developed, or how do we recoup our cost? It is the recommendation of the administration that we do move forward with foreclosures because of the amount of homes that we have that have these huge amounts of liens and fines on them. 905 Opa-locka Boulevard being one that has over $1 million in fines on it, and just is in almost the heart of our city and just looks absolutely horrible. At some point, we have this county program that we're currently pushing properties through. All it does is permit us to knock structures down. It does not allow us to recoup our costs. It does not protect the interests of the city, and it does not address the blight and slum.
But-
In a matter, yes.
I don't mean, and I'm in total agreement with the foreclosure. I've stated that several times. But the program that the county does, doesn't the county foreclose on those properties that they demolish?
They do not.
They don't. So they just flatten it and
No, they don't even flatten it. They give the city permission to flatten it. So it's all of our costs.
now I'm talking about in county areas, unincorporated areas. I guess.
Does the county, yes, the county does do foreclosures.
Okay,
Yes.
okay,
Yes.
that's what I've, all right.
So the one, to piggyback off of that, so when we demolish, you're asking what would be the plan?
Yeah, what's the next?
So if
Exactly.
their liens or whatever, we're trying to figure out how we're gonna recoup our costs.
Yes.
Okay, so we don't, are we looking at, I guess, to your point, Mr. Mayor, are we looking at, since we're gonna demolish, what can be put on that property? if
No.
We acquire it, or
I've always questioned next steps when it came down to stuff like this. So once we can't get in touch with the owner, we couldn't get in touch
Right, I
with
got
him
that
for years.
part. Mm.
We demolished the property. So what's then what?
Mhm.
So that was always my question. What's the next step? And we've came around this mountain several times, but I can never get the answer to what's the next step. But
So what is the thought process, I mean, that you're thinking should be the next step, I guess, that
foreclose on the property.
foreclose on or land, I guess.
The land, oh yeah, the land,
Foreclose on the land
Mhm.
and then go from there.
and go from there.
Depending upon what's the zoning to
Mhm.
do. Well, is that incorporated in the process for the demolition, or it's just
Once,
considered for just demolishing the property?
once the property is demolished, as far as my department goes, that will be just on code enforcement. However, we do provide then the cost of demolition, the final cost of demolition to code enforcement, and they add that cost to the property as a lien.
No, I got that, but
He
as
got
the
that.
mayor's saying, that's land now.
Yes.
Yeah.
We've torn it down.
Yes.
So the next step, through code enforcement, you give them, they tally up the costs.
Mhm.
And then a determination, I guess what the mayor is asking, determination then is to what? Go after somebody? Because to me, if we're demolishing, which not a bad idea,
No.
what is the next step to recoup
That's-
so that we can do? Do
So-
we contract for, I guess, maybe that's a legal question. I don't know.
Yeah, I think I was just about
Yeah, I
to.
think that may be a legal question.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, to the attorney, can
Yeah,
you?
and I saw her
Yeah.
sit up. so-
Sure. So this issue has come up over the years, and I know it was an issue at one time that we were looking to see what Miami Gardens was doing, for instance. And so we looked into that and we saw what Miami Gardens was doing. Well, they have a whole department that deals just with that issue. And what I mean by that is there's a lot that goes in. You don't just go around, foreclosing property. Normally you get the money back once it sells or something like that, because the liens accrue. So when you have an aggressive program that might look at foreclosure, you got to have you got to have people in place. You got to have, it's very intensive in terms of making sure that you're capturing all the property owners, capturing all the liens, you're not prematurely foreclosing, you're not, that you're following a lot of different steps. And that's just on the, and that's the legal side, which we can do their forms and all of that, but there's a whole lot of stuff that the city would have to do in advance of that. So I know that Miami Gardens, we were asked about that at one time. And, we got their process, but then what we found out was that they actually have like a lot of people that deal with this issue of foreclosure. And then not only do you have the legal side, but then you also have, what do you do once you foreclose? There are maintenance responsibilities that the city is going to have. There are issues with, if sometimes what happens is it sounds like a really good idea, and then you find out that, some of maybe errors properties. And so you find, you find out you're enthralled in trying to figure out who the owners actually are, where they are. It is, kind of intensive. It's not as easy as it just sounds like we'll just foreclose on the property. So I will tell you that if the city does, kind of decide to go in that direction, you're gonna have to put some money behind it because it is, intensive.
And
But. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
okay, and I'm glad you said that last part. Well, two parts of that, because you talked about the legal part of it. So is that something your firm, well, we can do?
Yeah, absolutely.
And the other part of it is, Mr. Manager, I would like to see something in the budget to maybe hire a consultant. Because I know this has come up before and we said we don't have the manpower and blah, 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 blah. But if we're going to beautify our city, we can't have all these derelict properties, but we cannot get in touch with the owners. And it's been years and years and years and years and years. And I know you said that it's not a good idea because we have to maintain the property. I don't mind maintaining the property if it's our property. But I take issue with properties that we spend money to maintain, demolish, and then there's no next steps. So hey, you don't want to take care of your property. Hey, the city, I'm sorry, we have to move forward, is what I'm saying. So I'm hearing you loud and clear. So you talked about the legal side of it and you said that your firm can handle that. And then, Mr. Manager, I would love to see a proposal with a dollar amount to maybe either RFP it or a consultant to take on that responsibility for the city of Opa-locka.
And if I can say this, Mr. Mayor, you all had, and it's causing some problems with a lot of cities, but you all had in place a contract that we were trying to get before you all to complete the last ordinance for pro-champs. And so pro-champs is now, as I think you may have heard, gone out of business, right? So, but there are other companies that do similar things, and that could have helped a lot with the, Mr. Gay's not here, but that could have helped a lot with the, foreclosure issues in terms of identifying, because they were working with the banks to try to, get a head start on ownership and some of those things. So management may consider looking at a similar firm, and that could help the process.
Okay, well, I've spoke my heart, so but I'll yield to Commissioner Kelly.
Mr. Mayor. I remember that, spoke your heart. Then it brings me back to my question. If we got that much uncertainty, I understand why we're demolishing, but we got that much uncertainty. We're actually demolishing a property that we are not totally sure at that moment we're going to even own, but we're doing it because it's an eyesore. I'm assuming we're doing it for some reason.
No, the properties that have been demolished are being deemed as unsafe structures. So that's in order for Miami-Dade County to actually demolish the property.
I got that, but for us to get to that point where we're demolishing it because it's our dollars, they're deeming it unsafe, but it's our dollars. Looked like to me before we got to that point or get to that point, we already have an idea or we're looking into who owns it or to make sure. So we don't have that mechanism at all.
So, so through the Vice Mayor to Commissioner Kelly, I'm glad you're sitting down, sir, because I think there's going to be number 5. I once again 100% agree. Administration has always been against moving items through the unsafe structures because it's just adding an additional expense to our budget that we have no idea of how to recoup. In fact, some of these properties, if we went to the foreclosure process first with the properties as is, some of those structures, maybe a future buyer would be interested, or it increases the property value or the amount of money that we would get for the property, rather than moving it through this county program, which takes a significant amount of time, a significant amount of staff time, and a significant, as you can see, we just demolished the property on Alibaba that was a drug haven. Code enforcement already had upwards of $300,000 of fines on there. By demolishing the property, we spent another $400,000. So the city of Opa-locka has $700,000 of financial interest in this property, and we don't even own it. So,
well, that's why I bring that up, because historically, even when the county's done that, as the mayor mentioned, but they've already got something in mind. They're gonna contract with Habitat to build something, or they already have a future use because they know they're gonna own it. And so while we have the 400,000, listening to the attorney, legal, staffing, even if we get a consultant, it's still, I don't know. I mean, if it's unsafe, it's got to be torn down because the county says it. But I would hope before we get that far on the road, especially we know the properties are maybe in bad condition, because we're tearing them down. We're gonna be in the hole anyway. And even if we maintain them, which we probably wind up doing because the neighbors will complain or somebody complain. I guess my position is not to demolish until we gotta demolish. And if we know that there's some properties potentially coming down the road, because you're all in touch with the county all the time with the unsafe structures, folks, that we look at how to do that, reaching to the attorney, the manager, whoever, as the mayor said, because, you know, we want to beautify our city, but I don't want us to be in the hole. And I said, that's the only difference with the county. When they've done it, City of Miami done it. But when they've done that and demolished properties, they've already got agreements with Habitat or somebody else to build a smart home, safe home, tiny home, whatever. But they know it's going to eventually be productive in that area. So, yeah, I know it's set aside. That's good. But before you go demolishing it, I don't know, Mr. Mayor, I guess you can look at your consultant
And I would,
do it, but
I was going to even suggest demolishing that, maybe broaden that term, Mr. Manager, that way to Commissioner Kelly's point, that we attach the consultant or whatever to come out of that dollar amount if need be. So are you get what I'm saying? Not more money, but instead of $400,000 just to demolish, the $400,000 will be also to maybe hire a consultant to take on that heavy lift, so we can see what to exhaust all steps before we demolish. So we make sure that that's.
So to get a consultant to look at the property owners and the contact?
However you want to consult the RP, I want a process, a next steps process.
And if I can say, that is the easiest road, actually, dealing with the that what you're talking about right now, and adding in a demolition process with maybe some type of creative ideas about what can be done with the property per property, but going the route of having it determined to be unsafe and then having an order to demolish it is a better program than we're just going to start foreclosing, because we're not really, the cities aren't equipped to really do that. You know what I mean? It's actually better if you were looking at trying to case by case figure out what you wanted to do with especially larger properties that the city might have an interest in, and affordable housing.
I would suggest, Mr. Mayor, I know it's late, that we do exactly what you said. The 4,000 number is not going to change. I'm assuming staff has it in there because they project it maybe, but leave the number and then carve out whether it's a consultant, whether it's somebody else's attorney, suggest a firm that does it for the part of what you're referencing, and then have that come back to the commission, however quick or whatever, as we have build some kind of model out that we can use. Because the $4,000, I'm assuming, to the CIP director is a number you have based on something.
Yes, the $400,000 have been allocated to demolish the water tank plant.
Who?
The water tank area.
Right here, the
Yes.
water tank area.
Water
Water
tank.
tank.
Yes,
So it's really just for one thing.
yes.
So ain't even what we talking about. We talking about our whole property. All the same time. Well, let's sue ourselves then. Well, we can answer that question. Has the county deemed it unsafe?
This one, no, but this one is going to be redeveloped. Mr. Manager, if you can help me on that one.
Yes, we're exploring a potential mixed use of a project prospect there. The CRA has weighed in that they have an interest in also developing that site. So we're allowing them the opportunity to explore that as well.
Okay, so got it. But then if that's the case, then I would like to see a dollar amount allocated to the demolition program, demolition and rehab program. Let's create something, so a demolition and rehab program to be,
We'll control it.
yeah,
We'll control
to
it.
create a
But I
demolition.
think the issue still goes, we're
For the
going,
rest.
apparently from what I'm hearing from the attorney, the manager, and my colleagues and yourself, that's still something we need to pursue.
Mhm.
So that's why I agree, yeah, we need to do that anyway. And the
So-
water plant ain't going nowhere, we control that.
Yeah, create a
Oh,
program.
spent all that time.
Demolition and rehab program. Okay, so everything else is all CIP projects?
Yes, sir.
You have
A
a
quick
question on the
question.
CIP projects?
Yes.
Yes, where it says on fire station slash HR building. Can
Yes.
you Explain.
Fire station and HR building, they are going to be rehabilitated. Fire station is going to be redone basically because the interior is in really bad condition. It's currently under design. And this project was started last year. It halted for a moment. It's starting again. And so based on ARPA, we allocated 250,000 because that was the will of the residents. And the rest, the additional 150,000 were already allocated in the budget, and that also includes part of the design.
Is it the Apple Fund money?
Hmm?
Apple Fund money? The
ARPA.
funds.
The
Apple
funds from ARPA are 250,000
For that project.
for that project. It was one of the selected projects.
Okay,
What eventually that building would be?
And that building will be rehabilitated. For what I understand, and I think it will be brought back to commission at that moment, we'll be bringing it back to commission, is that it's going to be a cafeteria or a restaurant, because we are only going to actually do the structure and then it's going to be rent out. I don't have that decision yet. But we are just rehabilitating the building as itself. So the usage of the building will be the decision of the commission.
Well, how was it proposed? It was proposed, I remember the residents decided 250,000 to rehab the fire station.
Yes.
So now we're doing whatever we're gonna do inside to make that occur. But in terms of the usage, you're saying,
The usage has to be decided by the commission.
So,
then how are we
so,
retrofitting or what are we doing inside? I'm kind of confused. I'll defer to, go ahead.
if through the mayor to the Commissioner Kelly.
Mhm.
Yeah, so it's just like if you gut a structure and you rehab it with the electrical water systems and then it can be utilized by a prospective vendor in the future that can outfit it for what they need. We do have an unsolicited proposal for a coffee shop, but the intention of the administration is to put an RFP out, request for proposals, and bring those to the commission for a decision.
Okay, so when it went to the residents to rehab,
Mhm.
it was to rehab the building, just to rehab the building.
Just to rehab the building and leave it as a shelf, basically.
Say it again?
Leave it as a shelf. So whoever comes into that building after is rehabilitated, they can decide the commission can decide what they will be doing inside the building. So we will be redoing the dome, electric lines, the bathrooms, the floor.
Water
Right,
systems.
no,
Water
I got
system,
that
all
part,
that.
what I guess what my question is, we're putting money into it. We're redoing historic city hall
Yes.
to do whatever. So I'm just concerned, and maybe discussion happened before I got back on the dais. What is that whole area going to look like? What is the intent of historic city hall now that you're rehabbing, putting money in the old fire station? What is that area going to look like? That's really my question. So if we're going to go out for an RFP for that part to see whatever we get, what is historic city hall going to be? Because it all needs to fit into one nice, whatever it's going to be.
Okay, so
I guess
historic
that's the
city
question
hall.
I'm really asking you.
Historic City Hall, if I may, it will be event space. And the intention is that those 2 additional buildings are support of that event space as well.
Okay, well, I guess that's what the manager's office is looking at. Okay, but when would that
Be
brought to the
brought back to
commission?
commission once the project is complete,
Once what now?
once the project is completed.
So you're gonna bring to us an empty shell and say, what do you want to do with it?
What do you want to do with it?
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
That's really for both
For both.
facilities.
Yes.
Because I just heard the manager say going out for an RFP for something or some at a coffee shop, but as it stands now, empty buildings, empty shell, come back to the commission for whatever is going to
Decision to
take
make.
place.
Yeah, and the RFP that the manager is mentioning, it should also be presented to commission.
Okay.
Okay, and the build out or whatever that's taking place, you anticipate take how long?
Design is scheduled to be finished by October this year. So after that, build out will be around 5 months because the structure is not that big. However, the damage is very, very great at this point.
This is the coffee shop.
The fire station.
Coffee shop. The fire station. I didn't even think. I'm
Fire station.
Well, fire station. The fire station.
You want food? Ain't got no food in the coffee shop. Okay, I guess I just want to make sure what's going to be in this area that is compatible, et cetera.
Mhm.
So basically what's going to come back to the commission is a recommendation, but basically empty buildings, whatever, that the commission can decide what's going to go ultimately there. Okay. All right.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and I just got a couple quick questions and I'm done. So, the Sesame Street Bridge, that's this year, right? And I know,
Yes.
I see the dollar amount change because I know we had the issue with we didn't,
So the Sesame Street Bridge is the RFP is going to be reissued next week. I need to send that to Miss Joanna Flores. So I need to send it to the city clerk so it can be published again.
okay,
But it will be reissued next week, hopefully. And once we receive new proposals, we will be bringing back to commission the final selection.
and then the Northwest 133rd Street improvement and the 131st Street are Band-Aids, or that's to
133rd Street improvement, it has 2 parts. One is sewer and the other one is roadway. The 100,000 that you see under safe neighborhood is roadway improvements.
Mhm.
We did stormwater last year, so drainage was installed. And the flooding has mitigated a lot in that area. So once we connect the sewer laterals that needs to be
I got it.
installed next
Anticipated
year, it
to
will
have
be,
flow
yeah.
out too. Okay, and the last one, PW headquarters renovation, what is that?
Public Works headquarters
Works, okay.
renovation, that's the roof, actually.
And the Sesame Street you mentioned will be going out pretty soon.
Yes,
And that 1.1 is more of an accurate.
it's more of an
number,
accurate
too.
number.
Right, okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, the gateways.
The gate, yeah.
Is that the same that we passed a while back? Is that the funding for that?
That's the same, this is the funding, it's 280,000. We thought that it was going to be split between this fiscal year and next fiscal year. But the proposals we received on the RFP has not been evaluated yet. So they are going to be probably until next fiscal year. So you will be probably seeing an increase of 280,000. So the money is there, is already approved by the budget. It's just the way that we are splitting the money between fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 24.
How much do we allocate?
280.
280.
Yeah, nothing has been used, so that's why it will be probably 280,000 for the next reading. of
And the
budget.
RFPs have already come back in for that,
Yes, but it has to be evaluated.
so we anticipate it happening this year.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay,
The next slide,
so the Shabundi basketball court is indoors or the outdoor?
that's the outdoor court. That was a grant that was received for FERDAP and is $50,000.
And I was told that you're gonna handle the Ingham Park, Helen Miller fence issue.
Yes.
So I'm listening.
Okay, Helen Miller and, oh, no, Helen Miller, Seagull Park fence, the lateral side of the fence is going to be starting next week. So this is part of this fiscal year budget.
Okay, and okay, so it's the
Is this fiscal year?
fencing for the Helen Miller is gonna start next week, you said?
Next week. Yeah,
Okay, and
contractor is
pardon me?
contractor is scheduled for next week.
And the last part in front of the senior citizens building at Ingham Park, because I saw the poles, but I haven't seen finalized. So what we waiting on, or what's going on with that?
There is an issue with encroachment from the fence on the side, so we are waiting resolution from that part.
Waiting on a resolution?
Well, from the code department. So code department is working on that. But there is encroachment on that side, so the resident. We are looking to see who is encroaching the property. So, or who is actually, why the resident is using the city fence. That's the exact language. Because the fence that is installed on that side of where you see the house, that's actually city fence. However, the resident is utilizing that fence as part of his property. So we are having that issue. The code enforcement has been helping us with that. That's why we haven't finished that section in specific.
Okay, and I mean, how long have they been working on that? Because Ingham, the part by the canal has been up for a while. I saw the poles go up, but I haven't seen anything in a while. So I guess, Mr. Manager, can we find out or get an update on where we are on that, or what's the holdup? We got to get some movement, and that's just on the north side. I'm assuming the south, not the south side, it's the north side of where the rest of that fence is going to go.
Yeah.
Okay, because it just looks. All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And the urban and community forestry is just planting of trees throughout.
No, this is actually an assessment that, and we received $50,000 grant money this last year. Well, actually this year for this assessment.
To do
an assessment of all tree canopy and in recommendations for planting and what trees needs to be removed from the city canopy.
Okay.
Mayor, just have a
The ADA facilities upgrade, is that citywide or that's just for particular?
That's for particular city buildings. That's
For who?
for city buildings and facilities. That's just an estimate of after the assessment is completed of then the additional ADA upgrades that need to be done. For example, in this building, there is not a lot of upgrades that need to be done since we have ADA compliance bathrooms and other facilities here.
So this funding for the 200,000 is for any city facility?
Any parks, we are prioritizing. So priority is parks, this building, and
So
I guess
public
the senior center.
So Helen Miller, this
Sherbondi,
building, and Shabandi.
yes,
Okay, so this wouldn't include the Ingham Park Senior Citizen Building.
as well.
It does include that.
It does include that based on the result of the assessment.
Okay, it says code enforcement office. What?
Yeah, I was gonna ask that.
What is
Is,
going on? What is that?
Is a new bill out for the code enforcement office, and they have additional staff, and so we just need to rearrange the space because there is not enough space as it is right now. So we will be rearranging the space for them.
They got additional staff? We didn't give them?
I guess.
Yes, code enforcement was outfitted with the personnel without the position of a supervisor. And upon the settlement of a claim for one of our staff that was brought back, we need to create a space in the office for him, particularly since he is a administrative position. So these funds will be utilized to create an office space for him.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
And the Siegel Park is the fence, the 50,000?
No, the Seagull Park is the trails. We received the trails for Seagull. FERDAT trails, the FERDAT grant that we received on this year, we haven't received it yet.
What-
but to be spent next year,
What
so
did you?
trails. TRALL.
trails.
Trails. I thought you
Yes.
said jails. I was
No. Oh my.
I thought- Trails.
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 Walk trails, walking facilities, pathways.
A quick question.
No.
Okay,
what
so
are the-
trails. Nice. I like that.
What are the smart covers? What is that?
You see, you have the same question today because this is part of public works. So the smart covers is they will determine the overflows over the next to the stations. So it will be for the manholes. So it's a smart covers for the
Okay.
manholes for the overflows. So yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Understood.
Sorry, it's late. Mr. Mayor, to Commissioner Bass.
Sir.
Thank you. I'm so glad you asked about that. Just to give you guys some additional information on the smart covers. The city of Opa-locka is one of the first cities in Miami-Dade County to implement the smart covers. And upon observing our program and the success of our program and the monitoring that we're able to do, and the reports we're able to provide the counties, they're now replicating the utilization of the smart covers and mandating them, modeling off of the city of Opa-locka and the rest of Miami-Dade County. So.
Awesome. All right. Now, is there any other questions for CRP?
I have two more funds to.
Oh, I have a question. I don't know if it's CIP related. It may not be, maybe just direct to the manager, because just looked at my notes. It probably was a Parks and Rec, I'm sorry, but there's a missing canopy, tent cover for Ingram Park over one of the pavilions. I'm pretty sure it's not under you, so I'll just say that. I'm sorry. I won't ask you that. I'll wait for our final comments to ask the manager about that.
And for the stormwater CIP, that's the resiliency study. What are you actually envisioning there?
The resiliency study will be providing us with an updated floodplain plan for the city. And that's actually grant money that we receive.
I like that. Thank you, because I always ask why we haven't started that in our city. All right. Any other questions for CIP? All right. Thank you, Ms. Gross.
You're welcome.
Mr. Manager, last but not least, IT. Is that Mr. Phil? They're short. There's no big pictures.
Good night, Phil Walker, IT department. Okay, so I'll just skip to the objectives. For 2024, we're looking to improve on the confidentiality, the integrity, and availability out of the IT infrastructure. That's making sure that we have like redundant equipments like switches break. For instance, last weekend we had a lightning storm that took down the public works department, and we had extra switch on hand. So we have to keep redundant equipments like that. We also want to improve the cabling and stuff like that. We have Cat 5. Most of our cabling Cat 5, and the standards right now is Cat 8. So we need to at least be at Cat 6A. We also need to have all our servers upgraded. Most of our servers are outdated software. That's on the police side and that's on the city side. We need a disaster recovery solution. We currently don't really have a disaster recovery solution. For this building, we do have a generator outside. So this building, in case we have something happen here, we'd need another site, which then Shabundi could be another site. Right now it's a cold site, which meaning it has AC, it has cabling, but we don't have any devices there. If something should happen here and we have to move to that building, we can't operate. So we needed, that won't be next year, but we can start next year to look into that. We do need a disaster recovery. We'll start, for next year, we'll start setting up something small though for disaster recovery, like backup drives and so forth. So if we do have some issues, we can recover fast. So that's one thing. We will be moving the police department to Office 365. That's in the works. We have to finish this chambers. This isn't totally what was planned. The IT supposed to be moved into that area. We still have some displays and speakers and cameras to put inside here. And cutting it short, security for Shabundi. We have to do some access cards and some more cameras inside so we can see what's going on. We'll do access to the elevator, so not everybody can just go in there and access the floors. So security, that's a big issue there. Connection to the different locations. Right now, City Hall is the heartbeat. We have to connect to like Public Works, and the system that we're using is kind of outdated. And we're in the process right now of getting fiber connection so we can avoid when the rainfall, their system over there goes down and stuff like that. We have Shabundi is on a similar situation. Helen Miller, similar situation. We have to update all of that.
Okay, you talked about security. Mr. Manager, does the security of the parks include all parks or just Shabundi? Because since now we're having programming in all parks, are we going to include?
Well, we're starting out with Shabundi because it has a lot of kids, and we need we look at it and it needs it. Yeah, it's priority. But then after that, I think Ellen Miller is next, and then we'll go on like that.
All right, and then you also talked about, we brought it up earlier about digitizing the departments.
Right, so we are looking into a management software that we discussed it with Civic Plus. That should be coming up next year also.
Yes, on the next commission meeting, we have a presentation from our former IT director and Civic Plus to present to you software for community development, code enforcement, and building a license, and along with the contract for the commission's approval.
Okay, and that's the digitized, you said code enforcement.
Community development and building a
building
license.
a
And
license.
I think you're going to love it. It puts everything online for the residents. They never have to step foot in the building if they don't want to. And developers are particularly going to love it because they can they can ask any questions and get the answers to their questions about the status of their permits, the status of their plans, and where they are in the development process right online. And which is actually mandated by state law. We're just not in compliance right now.
And he said that the police department was migrated to 365, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And
What did you mention about the security? You say you're doing Shabundi. And
Okay.
you're gonna go to Siegel Park, that Helen Miller, is that what I heard you say?
Right.
And then after that, you're gonna get to Ingram?
Well, right now at Ingram, we have a trailer there that we're about to outfit with computers and it's a temporary setup. But as soon as that's the building and everything's up, then we'll also include that. Because it's these badges that we go to the door and scan and go in. It's more controlled instead of having like somebody can just push and leave the door open. Some doors will have like a buzzer. If somebody try to put something in it and keep it open, the buzzer will go off and it will notify somebody.
In the same vein of security, and I know we talked about how Shabani Park is utilized the most with children. Have we considered outside cameras on the outside?
We have already started that.
No, I'm specific. I know the building has it, but the field.
In the field. We're looking into that. Those cameras are really expensive, so we're trying it. We're right now in the middle of looking at
Explore.
quotes and see how we can get it to get good cameras, but not as expensive as some that we've seen.
Got it. Okay. Any other questions for IT?
I'm good. I've never heard him talk so much. Never.
Thank you, Mr. Field.
Thank you so much.
And I see the last page is Town Center. I'm assuming that's gonna be done by the manager's office.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
I'll start with other contracted services. The proposed amount is $156,545, and that would include security, janitorial, elevator maintenance, air conditioning repairs, and fire panel maintenance. Electric, gas, and water would be for our electric, gas, and water monthly expenses. Repair and building maintenance will consist of unplanned repairs as well as planned repairs for the facility. The real estate taxes is we have to pay property taxes on the building. We have a tenant in the building that requires taxes. However, that tenant is responsible for $25,000. They pay $25,000 towards the taxes.
I thought we turned this building into a condo. For that particular reason. So why are we paying taxes?
So we did that to actually reduce our tax liability. Before we did the condo conversion, if you have, the way the law is written, if you have one for-profit tenant in the building, we have to pay taxes on the entire building. Now that we have it converted to a condo conversion, we only have to pay taxes on that one unit that's a for-profit unit. So that reduces our tax liability by about $75,000 a year.
So we incur that cost, or they?
It's a pass-through expense.
Which means it's in their rent, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Got it. All right, go ahead, Madam Manager.
Okay, I'll move down to miscellaneous, which covers rentals and general expenses. And I don't have anything further.
I have one thing, Ms. Because we talked about, it says interior painting and other upgrades.
Yeah.
Can we, the blue? I want to get rid of that. I want to get rid of that blue.
This blue?
The blue painter's tape color that's around.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Can we allocate some?
Yes.
Please. It looks like painters. The pink and blue. We gotta, please. This is.
So again, we're all in agreement with the transition. There's supposed to be a tile presentation that we're waiting for, that's going to be presented to the commission, and you guys can select the tile. So
to replace the blue.
It's not a part of replacing the blue. It's a part of the tile presentation. But if you want to change the color, but we were going to wait to present to you the tile formation so you can make a decision on what the final look what you would prefer for the final look.
Tile, T-I-L-E. Okay, I'll be patient on the tile presentation because Mr. Manager.
We're all struggling. We're all struggling. We're all struggling.
Mayor, the downstairs with the security folks, are all their cameras or TV equipment monitors working, good shape, need to be replaced, et cetera?
So that has been an ongoing IT issue. It goes up and down and in and out, and I have tasked our interim or acting IT staff to find some solutions for that. If you have some updates on that, Mr. Walker, please share.
Okay, so right now we have a quote, and we're waiting on a second company to come over and do an assessment and give us a quote before we can say well, when we'll be able to do it. Because I think we're doing 3 quotes.
Okay, so we're getting quotes to upgrade, enhance, whatever, because,
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Vice Mayor's tired of people up in her parking spot, so they need to see who parking over there. She won't say it, I'll say it. Okay. So I heard you mention, Mr. Manager, about the tax, and so we're actually just passing, you said you were doing a pass along on the tax?
Through the mayor to Commissioner Kelly. Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah.
And Mr. Manager, and I know this is, we talked about this before, but it has nothing to do with what we're doing now, but I only bringing up security because he brought it up with for the government center. We talked about metal detectors at on the first floor.
Yes, sir.
Is
That's still part of the police build out.
the police build outs for the front area?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And then another thing is the front door. Is there any way? I've always had an issue with where the security desk is positioned. They can't really see. So to maybe in the future, consider relocating the desk and also adding a buzzer to that door.
Yes, that is part of the police build out as well.
Oh, all of that is a part of.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, well,
Yes, sir.
I'll wait for the presentation now. All right, and are there any other Hobson?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I also like to say, while we're complaining about the blue, we have beautiful new signs. We're just waiting on the final sign for our library, Miami-Dade County Library. But once that's done, we'll have a very lit up, excuse me, I'm losing my voice here. We'll have a very lit up a building that designates to the residents what is available to them access right on the first floor for their use.
And you're right, the signs are wonderful. I like the signs. Commissioner Kelly?
I just have one thing, Mr. Manager, and I know Ms. Anthem is here. Can we, in the budget in park somewhere, and I think Mr. Lawson, she hadn't had a chance to speak to you about it, the pavilion cover, that we got some challenges, the vendor can't miss, and I think I actually might get the attorney involved, but if that doesn't work, we're gonna have to purchase one for the other side, because we only got one new cover. So when you're doing your budget, since we're doing it now, to at least put it in there, so we can't recover our money, because right now we just got one covering and it doesn't look good. So I wanted to mention that too, because I brought it up while we're working on it. Thank you.
And because, this is my last one, I promise I'm ready to go. Commissioner Kelly brought up parks. And I know it's been a subject of sore subject lately, the playground on Siegel Park, Shabundi Park, the playground on Shabundi Park. Is there any way that we can either find a grant to rehab it or to remove it completely?
Well, earlier it was stated it was the will of the commission that we budget for
I
that.
didn't hear, but that was when I went to the bathroom.
Okay, all right.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm sorry, then I didn't hear.
Okay.
All right. Madam, you
Very quickly.
go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say, because I don't know if I'll have another opportunity. So I want to let you all know that obviously my law firm services the city of Opa-locka, and we're providing 6 attorneys and a paralegal, and staff sees all of these people. Pam Booker, who was here last night with planning and zoning, Michelle Austin Pammies, who handles many of the water cases, Candace Cobb, who you see often, myself as well, Jordan Gary, who some of you have met, and she deals with ordinances and resolutions and research, and my paralegal, Ken Kuntz, and Sherlon McWhorter, who deals with a lot of police issues. So we put a lot of bodies on the city of Opa-locka, and that have done work that's not contemplated by the retainer, which consists of the police negotiations, in terms of 2 contracts that came up. Also, they were talking about the condo building, which, we did that work that was not contemplated, and it was a lot of work, which would have cost a lot. Also, there's been an increase in land use issues and more boards, such as one that's 2 of them that are gonna take place last night. Later this week, excuse me, 2 boards. And there's just a lot of real estate matters that we were doing easements and transfers and land deeds and things that are not a part of a general retainer. So I wanted the commission to give some thought to having someone, because I can't really negotiate my own contract with you all. I can certainly tell you all, the things that we're doing and the issues we're handling. We've gotten rid of a lot of cases. When we came here 4 years ago, there was a whole long list of cases that we have gotten through, gotten rid of, negotiated out, settled, litigated, got dismissed, all kinds of things. And so we're down to just a handful of things that pretty much we have figured out a way to handle and have gotten through those cases. And so I'm very, very proud of that. There are obviously cases that were going on before we came here that have resulted in some of the things that are outside counsel type things that we have no control over, such as the case that was settled dealing with the class action that we monitored. But the long and short is, and I'm going to let everybody go, but I wanted to have you all have some discussion at some point soon about having an outside person that I would not recommend make some recommendations about what, based on our workload, what would be a reasonable retainer. And we came in at a lot less than anything that was bid, but did not anticipate the amount of work. And I think we are providing very high quality work to the city of Opa-locka. So with that, I will be talking with you all if you have any other questions, but I would ask that there be someone that can have a discussion with the commission as a whole about contract issues for legal services in our firm.
Okay, so when you say you can't ask or negotiate, so currently I'm looking at your retainer is $192 a year.
It is $16,000.
$16,000.
Yes, sir. Mhm.
So in order for us to process that, I'm not opposed to it, Madam Attorney, and I know you're not asking for it,
I
that's
am
what you
not.
just said. But I guess it's the will of the commission that we can discuss raising the retainer or getting a contractor to come in, but we'll have a conversation. Is that something you all?
Mr. Mayor, now, whatever we're gonna do now is the time.
Yeah,
because
now
we're in
is the
budget
time.
Process. If you as the chair want to take the lead to discuss with the attorney and then come back to the commission with what that may look like for us to consider for a vote, or you want to designate somebody to do it, but now's the time to do whatever, because you're in the
We
budget
have to put it in the
process.
budget process. Okay, so we'll set up something, Madam Attorney, where we can sit down and meet. All right, is there anything else?
No, sir.
Anyone else?
Well, we're getting ready to go home, right? Okay, well, I'm glad you didn't just hear what he said. But I just want to say thank you for tonight. It's been long,
It's been a long day.
but it's been very fruitful. And to have our department heads to present to us was a really good experience, not just for me, but I'm sure for them as well. So I like the whole concept of how it went tonight. And I would hopefully they will continue to be that way during our budget hearings. So thank you to everybody. Thank you.
The only thing I will say before we adjourn is that Monday we have to have food.
I have to say one, because our staff stayed so late. Mr. City Manager, you really should treat them to breakfast in the morning.
Sausage biscuits for everybody. Sausage Mr. Bob? Hey, y'all know Mr. Bob is not going home.
Bob say that ain't budget.
So can I get a motion to adjourn? Oh, wait, Mr. Manager, we're done? Were you all good? Okay, so I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Okay,
Second.
move by Commissioner, Bass, second by Vice Mayor. This meeting is adjourned. See you all Monday.
I got it.